innovators and creative mind to stimulate and innovate mindsets in Covenant University students and other participants. In the course of this three-day symposia, we will be treated to 3 keynote presentations, 4 panel sessions, among other stimulating sessions. It will feature innovative quests, interactive workshops, networking opportunities with the top 3 innovators bagging cash award prizes. Covenant Innovation Week 2023 will inspire, enlighten, and spark curiosity among the participants at all levels. It is on this note that I say you're welcome and God richly bless you. Please put your hands together for being here this morning and be a part of the 2023 Innovation Week. Without taking much of our time, I would like to invite the chair of the symposium to come and deliver a welcome address. Our hands together as we receive Professor Lubanke Ugulano.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I want to appreciate my Vice Chancellor for this opportunity. Sir, I kindly request that you permit me to stand on a already established protocol. It is with great delight and excitement that I stand before you to welcome you to Covenant University and the maiden edition of the Covenant Innovation Week. Covenant University is a world-class university with a vision to raise a new generation of leaders and reinstate the Black race dignity. Covenant Innovation Week 2023 was strategically organized by Covenant Applied Informatics and Communication African Center of Excellence, a World Bank-funded African Center of Excellence hosted in Covenant University, Otam. Covenant Innovation Week 2023 is a 3-day professional development symposium aimed at bringing together academia, innovators, tech lovers, creative minds from the public and private sectors to stimulate innovative mindsets of the participants. The theme of the event, Innovate 360, Navigating the Future, was carefully crafted by the vibrant local organizing committee. Innovate 360 symbolizes a complete revolution, urging us to think beyond the traditional boundaries of innovation. It beckons on us to consider innovation not merely as a linear progression, but as a multidimensional exploration, from technological breakthroughs to social innovations, from business model revolutions to sustainable solutions. Innovate 360 challenges us to envision a future where creativity knows no bound. The creation of innovation ecosystem where co-creation and development of new technologies and solutions thrive. Navigating the future is about using proactive strategy innovation to envision the uncharted territories ahead and create pathways that lead to progress. Our journey into the future requires a comprehensive approach, one that integrates cutting-edge technologies, fosters collaboration, addresses the ever-evolving needs of a dynamic global landscape. It calls us to look at the local issues with a global lens, with the view of attaining a global output. Covenant Innovation Week 2023 desires to create in the participants an opportunity to chart new territories, venture into an unknown, and embrace the challenges and opportunities that lie in an ever-evolving world. I warmly acknowledge our guest speakers, Mr. Musibao Lasisi, Mr. Francis Odeyemi, Ms. Yemisi Isidi, Ms. Ife Durosimi Eti, Mr. Chuks Okpaka, Dr. Linian Epo, Mr. Sheyi Abolaji, and others who will be dedicating the next 3 days to make this symposium a highly successful one. The management team of Covenant University, ably led by our then Vice Chancellor, Professor Abiodun Humphrey Adebayo, the deans of colleges, the heads of departments, the directors of directorates, and members of the University Senate present here are highly appreciated. the leadership and faculty members of CAPIC, and our partners, sponsors, and collaborators, namely the World Bank, the Association of African Universities, the National Universities Commission, the NSIA Lute Cancer Center, the Esota Consult Limited, Benmark Investment Limited, the Gidi Services Worldwide Company, the Mulisam Integrated Limited, the Android Home, the Bristol Scientific, Covenant University Center for Research, Innovation, and Discovery, Covenant University Center for Entrepreneurial Development Studies, Covenant University, Abram Startup Lab, and several others are deeply appreciated. On behalf of the local organizing committee, I welcome everyone to Covenant University, a serene environment where research and strategic thinking strive. And to Covenant University Innovation Week 2023. I want to say you are all welcome. I want to say that the next 3 days will be highly stimulating, and we are all going to learn and relearn, create and recreate and co-opt and co-create. It's going to be an evolution where eventually Covenant University turns into an ecosystem of innovators. So I want to encourage you to stay on touch, stay in tune, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the welcome address by the Chair LOC of the Innovation Week. Please our hands together again for Professor Gulano. At this point, I will be bringing on board the sponsor by the center leader of CAPIC ACE, the person of Professor Emeka Iweala. Professor.
Sir, the registrar, permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I want to start my remark by asking the students here and the audience who can tell me the most groundbreaking invention in human history. Can anybody try? The most groundbreaking invention in human history. Maybe I can help you with the answer. The answer is simply the shovel. The shovel. You know you can use the shovel to do what? To break the ground. So that's what we're here for today. So today is a great day for history, in history, for research, for innovation at Covenant University and at CAPIC ACE. To recognize the leadership and the management of Covenant University for the great support they have provided for CAPIC ACE since inception. Also grateful to the LOC, ably led by Professor Gulano and her team, for putting up this program, which is on a topic that is very, very critical to the development of Africa, especially in the attainment of the SDGs. Delighted to welcome every one of us to this program. And this is the first time this type of program is being organized. And I want to appreciate Covenant University for giving us this platform. This program is actually another positive impact that our center, CAPIC is, has brought to bear on Covenant University. And this is among numerous other impacts we have made in the university. Just to mention a few of them, the center has increased the enrollment of postgraduate students more than any other center in this university. Not only that, the center has increased the intake of international students also into the university. The center has brought in high-end research equipment into the university, some of them running into millions of naira. We have also come up with high-quality research publications. We have won research grants. We have won international program accreditation for our programs. We have also brought in national, international research collaborators. We have improved digital learning, and we have also created new programs in the university. Taking note of the bioinformatics program that we currently run in the university. In addition, our center, CAPICAS, has trained key officers of the university, especially those who are involved in research and innovation. Center CAPICAS, I must tell you, we are poised to change the face of research in Covenant University and even beyond Covenant University. And how do we want to do this? We want to do this by coming on board with value-adding products from research that can impact humanity. Let me state here that the overarching aim of CAPIC is to discover novel molecular biomarkers that can be translated clinically into diagnostics and treatments, which can help people suffering from breast cancer, prostate cancer, and also malaria. This program, the Covenant Innovation Week, could not have come at a better time than now. Why do I say this? Because recently, the Vision 7-2030 was flagged off here in the university. And this vision revolves around innovation and entrepreneurship. So this program is just coming at the right time. And I also want to state here categorically, our school is a mission school, and I want to say that innovation is actually scriptural. If you go to the book of Proverbs 8, verse 12, it says, I, wisdom, dwell with prudence and find out knowledge with witty inventions. Witty inventions is talking about ingenuity, ingenious products and services. We cannot overemphasize the impact of innovation, especially in economic development, and which relies on building ecosystems. So what we are doing at the university is trying to build innovation ecosystems on which economic development will rest on. Because innovation is the key to overcome the challenges of Africa. The theme of this program, Innovate 360, Navigating the Future, captures the whole essence of this program. And what is the essence? To help stimulate, innovative ideas that can lead to marketable products and services. Let me state here that our university, Covenant University, is a great university when it comes to research, because our university occupies a prime position both nationally, regionally, and also internationally in terms of research. And I want to encourage our management to begin to now innovate 360 degrees by exploiting the innovation systems we have here at Covenant University in order to make more impactful research for valuable products and services. I want to commend Covenant University here. Why do I want to commend them? I want to commend Covenant because we have put in place a lot of policies that can encourage research and innovation. I want to mention a particular one. We have what we call the Hebron Startup Lab, the HSL. HSL was simply put up to help researchers that have innovative ideas to incubate their ideas so that they can move it from research to real products. And so they have put in place a lot of things to help innovation. We also have what we call the Entrepreneurial Development Studies, EDS. They're also doing a great job to make sure that our products are getting to the market. I want to assure the Vice Chancellor that our center, CAPI will continue to support Covenant University by helping to build capacity in innovation and entrepreneurship. And I want to state here that CAPI will mean business. We have started doing a lot already. Number one, we have set up a lot of committees on innovation, driving innovation at the center. For this program alone, the center has provided a total prize money of about 700,000 naira. This is just to encourage young innovators to come up with new ideas. The prize winners for this program will be expected to work closely with the center and HSL to make sure they can fine-tune their products and make sure it gets to the market as soon as possible. Number two, our center has also launched an initial modest funding for innovation worth about $15,000. This fund is available for interested participants and students and faculty to see how they can catalyze their ideas to come up with novel products, especially in malaria, breast, and prostate cancer. For you as innovators and students, this program is an affirmation that the tools required to do your work is available here at Covenant University. So at CAPIC is. I want to encourage you all to go forth, dream, think big, and think wide too. Work on those innovations and bring these things to life, especially those products that can add value to life of Nigerians and the rest of the world. To conclude by saying that we must continue to work together to advance people's skills and innovation. Let me also say that the university and CAPI should not only stop in the university, we must also go beyond the university to support local industries and startups, and also innovations from the surrounding community. CAPIC looks forward to working with every one of you, faculty, staff, students, our speakers, our partners, to make sure we change the face of research and move it to tangible society. I want to appreciate the great work of our stakeholders here, especially our partners here, who have also contributed their widow's mite, and also the resource persons for making our time to be part of our program, both those who are physically here and those who will be joining virtually. Finally, I want to thank the World Bank. I also want to thank the AAU and also the NUC and also the Federal Republic of Nigeria for providing us this platform to express research and innovation. Thank you very much for your attention. this note, I want us to rise as I respectfully invite the Vice Chancellor, Professor A.H. Adebayo, to give his welcome remarks. Professor.
Thank you so much, the center leader. Please, you may be seated. The Chancellor and Chairman Board of Regents, Covenant University, Dr. David O. Oyedepo. I want to recognize all members of management present here, the Registrar, Covenant University, Mrs. Toby David, and other persons, the deans of the colleges also here present, the chaplain, and the center leader of PKs. And I also recognize the keynote speaker and other speakers here present. May I warmly recognize all invited guests who are physically seated here and those who are watching virtually, and a distinguished faculty and staff of Covenant University and all of our students here present, members of the press, and ladies and gentlemen. I said, good morning to everyone. Good morning to everyone. It's indeed the day the Lord has made, and we are glad that we are all witnesses of what God is doing. To him alone be all the glory. I'm pleased to make a few remarks at this opening ceremony of the maiden edition of Covenant Innovation Week 2023. Innovate 360-degree, navigating the future. That is converting disruptive ideas into innovation, being organized by Covenant Applied Informatics and Communication African Center of Excellence. The CAPIC is a World Bank funded center of excellence here at Covenant University. As I took a cursory view on the theme, what comes to mind is balance, all-roundedness, holistic, creative approach to teaching, research, and product development, and entrepreneurial and industrial engagement towards meeting the dynamic needs of the market. That is, needs that were previously unmet as well as needs not yet imagined. It is building and equipping the teeming youths of today with the right skills, harnessing the right talents, the right kind of education with the right character to match as we reposition Africa into the global world. The idea for the Covenant Innovation Week is very significant and timely as it aligns with Covenant's restorative vision and mission of creating knowledge and restoring the dignity of the black race through a human development and total concept-driven curriculum. It is also in consonance with the university's new developmental vision, that is the Vision 7-2030 prophetic agenda, which seeks, among others, to upscale Covenant's research excellence and innovation and entrepreneurial development program as we seek to nurture innovators, job creators, business leaders. The Covenant Innovation Week, therefore, offers such a great and wonderful opportunity as a university, faculty, staff, and students to rethink and reimagine all aspects of our engagements. It is a wake-up call for renewed creativity and innovativeness. Creativity, according to Albert Einstein, entails seeing what others see and thinking what no one else ever thought about. It is creativity that breathes life into ideas, transforming abstract concepts into tangible products. Creativity and thinking outside of the box also empowers researchers to innovate, pushing beyond the boundaries of the known and exploring new horizons. Innovation can be as complex as developing the humanoid robots, capsule endoscopy, augmented and virtual reality, or transformer architecture, and as simple as improving cassava yield with high disease resistance or improving students' learning experience and academic performance. Innovations creates value. It increases productivity and improves processes and ultimately create wealth. As researchers and people in the knowledge industry, it is important to note that the global educational and economic landscapes have become highly dynamic, competitive, and customer-centric. We must therefore make deliberate and conscious efforts to embrace innovation and creativity in research, teaching, learning approaches, and enterprise and community engagement, even as we strive to strengthen and firm up internal processes to maximum impact. We should also know that doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is a definition of insanity. Moreover, we must cultivate a strong and enduring connection with the industry players, employers of labor, and other partners, and embrace the interdisciplinary research. I must say here that the challenge we have within Nigeria's space in educational system is a strong disconnect between the town and the gown. And we can only bridge this if we all put our hands together. That is, put efforts together in ensuring that this bridge is certain, that is, this challenge is bridged in no time. And likewise, as researchers in an ICT-driven 21st century, we must build ICT skills and competencies in complementing soft skills such as leadership, communication, marketing, and teamwork skills that will be necessary for innovative engagement in an ICT-enabled collaborative work and entrepreneurship. Furthermore, I would like to admonish all participants at this 3-day symposium to embrace the possibility mentality, which is prime of our core values, and really want to become a 360-degree research innovators. Noting that successful people do the things that unsuccessful people are unwilling to do, according to John C. Maxwell. In the words of our dear Chancellor, Dr. David Oyedepo, you also need to know that think the unthinkable, bear the unbearable, and deliver the impossible. Therefore, confident that this symposium will fulfill its objective by providing a veritable platform to celebrate and showcase innovation in research excellence and raising public awareness about innovation in research and its benefits to the society, and thereby creating opportunities for research collaborations and networking, and facilitating the possible startups on research innovation. As I close in this remark, it was Theodore Levitt that said, creativity is thinking up new things. Innovation is doing new things. Don't just create, but innovate, because that is the ladder to greatness. I'd like to express my deep and sincere gratitude to the management of our CAPIC ACE and the local organizing committee, and indeed all members of the university community for putting together this wonderful and laudable program. I wish all of you a successful and fruitful Covenant Innovation Week 360-degree navigating the future. Thank you so much for listening, and God bless you. going to perform the next assignment, which is to declare this 3-day symposium open. Please, can we all rise? On the powers conferred on me as the Vice Chancellor of Covenant University and standing on the behalf of the Chancellor and Chairman Board of Regents, Dr. David O. Oyedepo, I hereby declare this Covenant Innovation Week 2023 with the theme Innovate 360-degree Navigating the Future opened in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Our hands together again for the Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much, sir. Shall we all be seated? Next, we shall be taking our first keynote presentation for the day. But before we do, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker. Please permit me to fulfill protocol by asking Mr. Musibau Lasisi to rise, stand, and remain standing. Thank you. You know why I said please. Mr. Musibau Lasisi is currently the founder of a group of 5 companies: OPEX Consulting Limited, Technology Consulting, Famsagora, an agri-tech startup, RegTech 365, a regulatory and compliance automation services startup, Certify Orb, an international management certification services firm, and a fintech startup. Mr. Lasisi has grown into a technology executive for the past 15 years before transitioning back into techpreneurship. He is passionate about emerging trends, technology disruption, innovation, and digital transformation. He worked in strategy and governance, IT program, and delivery management, agile DevOps transition, enterprise architecture, and strategic business analysis and support, financial service, information technology and management consulting sphere, with a track record of leading digital transformation and legacy system projects worth over $40 million cumulatively within 10 years. We are talking about someone that has a proof of converting disruptive ideas into innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, join me rise as we welcome to the podium our first keynote speaker of Covenant Innovation Week, Mr. Musibau Lasisi, as he delivers his keynote address.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Vice Chancellor, permit me to stand on all existing protocols. Thank you very much. I wanted to recap, the long list the VC brought out, but no, I'm already in the industry. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm waiting for my slide. Okay, he's right there. Within the future, Innovate 360. Sometimes in October 2002, this school came into existence. But before then, this place was a bare land where nothing existed. There was nothing here, but there was Canaan land. I used to come for Shiloh. Yes. Earlier in 2002, I got admitted to the University of Lagos. When CU started, painful for me. I felt I should have been part of the first students from here. But I went to University of Lagos. But still, I used to come around just to peep and look at what is happening here. May I tell you that those of us in the industry, we actually don't interview those so much students or graduates from Covenant University. It is a fact. Yes, once you finish from Covenant University, your job is secured, 100%. Yeah. Telling you what's going on in the industry. You know what your alumni students have done. You know the strides they have made in the industry. When you look at the fintech space, I think the largest population of startup leaders in Nigeria today actually graduates from Covenant University. When we look at block categorization, it's more than that of University of Lagos within the fintech space. So you need to clap for yourself. Now, I'm not surprised why you have such achievements. Next slide, please. To start from the beginning. The next slide. So, I started by saying there was nothing here. The slide, please. Not moving. Okay, I'll move without the slide. When the slide comes, it will meet me here. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, I have no apologies for those of you that don't appreciate faith-based keynote speeches like this. It's the reason we are here. Chose not to be alone. So he did something. He created. Creation comes with consequences. Created. What did he say? God created man, he did all that. But did you discover something else? After creation, then there was a description. And the earth was what? It was what? Without form and void. Sure, it's not so easy to run this university. Neither is it so easy to run this center. It's chaos and crisis. Yeah. And these are the circumstances that give us the need for innovation. They give us opportunities to innovate. And so, what happened? God needed to create again. He needed to innovate on what he had done. Inside every being that God has created is actually the capacity to create and the ability to create. I started by telling you about this university, which was founded 21st, I think it was October 2002. There was no university, but there was a need for a university of this status and this caliber. There was a need for number one ranked university. There was a need for what? The first in West Africa. And there was a need for the same university that will also be the seventh best in Africa. First in West Africa. There was a need for this level of excellence. Hence, this university was created. For every one of you here, students, you have to create your future. The future out there, they tell us is bleak, is not certain. It's a function of what you have created. And one statement I want to start with is that what is going to feature in that future has to feature in the foundation of what you are doing now. Otherwise, whatever you try to become tomorrow that you have not foundated will only be clear. So let's proceed, please. Chaos, crisis give rise to opportunities. Next, please. Nigeria. This is a typical road. When I was coming here today, I had to take a different route because Prof told me we usually have traffic. I remember the experience I had at the other side. So the map educated me on a new road. So I decided to follow the map. That's another innovation, right? Yeah. The map. Of course, I didn't see roads like this. But that's not all. Next slide. Do you know the statistics of what we experience in Africa and Nigeria today in terms of agricultural produce waste? 60 to 80% of the harvest of farmers is lost immediately after harvest, before they get to the point of sale. Solve. The problem is waiting for you to solve it. Should I give you more data? Corruption. To attack it. About our infrastructure? What about capacity? You know the impact of JAPA right now on Nigerian financial systems? Or what about the statistics about our development index? Just look at Nigeria compared with South Africa. Look at our GDP. Just look at our Human Development Index. Life expectancy. You are not expected to live beyond 55. Saying, yes, you either innovate or you die. Which is your choice? What is your choice? What's your choice? I want to go into more graphic because my time is not much. So I couldn't give you very detailed slides. Do you understand? You either innovate or you die by 55. But when you look at our lecturers here, I'm sure some of them are already above 55. Sir, I'm sure you can point at some of your colleagues that didn't make 55. Some died of prostate cancer. Some died of breast cancer. No solution to their diseases, to their problems. You have that you will not contact cancer, that you will not have it. What's the guarantee? Innovate. The only option we have. Future is not certain for as long as we do not create solutions to our problems. The World Bank can only give us funds. They won't innovate for us. Microsoft is here. They are only enablers. You must innovate. And it's not a coincidence that you are in Covenant University. University that was born out of genuine and noble vision. I deliberately went through. They've removed that. There was something there. Okay? The mission, and the objectives. I read through each one of them. I was very moved. Students, lecturers, there's actually no better time to be alive. Yes. Your parents have lived their time. Our professors, our lecturers have done their part. And they are still trying to enable us. Next slide. So what does the future tell us? Jeremiah 29 verse 11. I know give you what? A future and a hope. Yeah, I'm in the marketplace. But so a mission-driven marketplace businessman. Life enterprises, right? But it is that they are all mission-driven. I have to tell you that. Journey into the future. Just some few use cases because time is not on our side. I won't be able to through this. We have to solve problems. We need technology advancement. We need to build our economy. We need activity, build strategic relationships. Next slide. We need to improve quality of life. We need to work on environmental sustainability. Otherwise, the earth can cave in, right? COVID happened. Is that since the since the pandemic, we have had some of the biggest breakthroughs in humanity. We are right there at the beginning of this. You must be part of it. You cannot afford to be a passerby. Next slide. I'll go back to the Bible again. Pardon me. That's the third time I'm going to the Bible, right? Noah's Ark. Archimedes told us he discovered the principle of flotation, right? No, he didn't. Noah. It was Noah. Eureka, Eureka. We were taught in physics. It was not Eureka. Noah just did not patent it. It was Noah's Ark. So really, next. Round up here. As you go out to innovate, as you go out to solve problems, some of you may be familiar with that image, right? You know that young boy, right? It's all about innovating to help humanity. Solve the problem of food. Solve the problem of transportation. Solve our economic problems. Give us basic necessities. Now, I like to discourage innovations or business ideas that are built out of exploitation of the vulnerability of others. I discourage that. And I'll tell you that. You invest in pure water business, you call it innovation because government has not given us pipe-borne water. How innovative are you? You've only exploited a loophole in our governance system. The day pipe-borne water begins to flow, you may be the one to go and terminate or break that pipe. Are you surprised why Nigeria is not progressing? Why is our power failing? Some generators must be sold. You don't know? And you call them great businessmen. The richest man in Africa. People who sit on the policies that should have helped the common man. Discourage that. But I'm telling you, as you go out to innovate and attack the problems that are staring at us, that are about to run us extinct, what's on innovations that do what? That are geared towards helping humanity. Anything that will not help humanity, that will not serve the interests of humanity, the reality is that it actually will not last. It will not last long. That's the truth. So finally, I think that's my last slide. This is my last slide. Let us make the world a better place. Do you agree? Let us chart the course for a greater future. Do you agree? And let us all innovate together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Place our hands together again for Mr. Musibao Lasisi for that sharp and precise presentation. Anything that will not serve humanity should just be discarded. It's not a noble idea. Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. And quickly, we shall be taking questions. If we have any questions, feedback that we can quickly harvest here before we go to the next session for our group photograph. Thereafter, we'll be having our coffee break and cocktail break, and we network before we proceed into the next session. Questions? Or do we have any unclarified assumptions that we want clarity on? while we are here? Beautiful. So quickly, without much ado, we shall be having our group photograph right outside the foyer, immediately after which we'll come in for our cocktail break and networking before we reconverge by 12:30 for the panel session. Shall we all rise as the Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, Center Leader, the Chaplain, and our keynote speaker lead the exit out of the auditorium? Thank you. Please, we all are to join them at the foyer in front of the auditorium, in front of the building where we'll be having our group photograph. The Chief, how are you doing? Yes, sir. Don't worry, I will need. Peter.
Tell somebody the name of Jesus. Tell somebody the name of Jesus. Tell somebody the name of Jesus. It's higher than heartbreak. Tell somebody the name of Jesus. It's higher than heartbreak. Tell somebody the name of Jesus.
All right, thank you, studio. Good afternoon, all, and we're welcome to the second segment of our opening day, Covenant Innovation Week 2023. Thank you, studio. Before we proceed to our panel session, if we really were impacted with knowledge, if we were impacted with creative thinking, wisdom, from our first keynote speaker of this day, please our hands together again for Mr. Lasisi Musibao. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate the knowledge shared. We appreciate the expose. And we are trusting that you have injected something into our participants today. However, we would like to appreciate our first keynote speaker by bringing on board the center leader, Capic A's Covenant, Professor Iweala. And Mr. Musibao, please step up to the stage. Thank you. Dr. Shin.
So on behalf of Covenant University and the Capic Ace, I'd like to present this award of recognition to Mr. Musibao Lasisi for that wonderful keynote address, that he gave us today. So we thank you for coming, and I would deeply, deeply appreciate that wonderful speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, right about now, we shall empanel a team off stage. They will be taking a deep dive into the subject of leveraging emerging technologies for innovation and impact. However, to moderate this panel, I would like to invite a faculty from the Department of Computer and Information Systems in the person of Dr. Itunu Ishenwo to come up stage and invite other panelists to join us.
Thank you very much, sir. So, very quickly, so I have the honor and the privilege to bring up the panel discussants for the next panel session for today. Please join me, make welcome Mr. Chuk Sopala. He's the business group lead for Azure, Microsoft Africa subsidiary. You are very much welcome, sir. Yes, please be seated. Thank you very much. Next person, we'll be inviting Dr. Olagoke Oladokun, faculty from Covenant University. You're welcome, sir. Please sit beside him. Thank you very much. Yeah, so Professor Moyimi is unfortunately absent, but I believe that the people here are very much capable to do justice to the topic before us. So we're going to go this way. I will invite each of them. They would have 10 minutes to give their talk, and then we'll then go into the question and answer session. It's also going to go in this way. I would be speaking briefly on Professor Moyimi's topic, and then after the three of us have spoken, then we'll go with the question and answer. So while they are speaking, I will implore you to please jot down your questions, and then when it's time for Q&A, we'll go there. So for a minute, please give me a minute so I can introduce the topic. Yeah, so we're talking about leveraging emerging technologies for innovation and impact. So Join me, welcome Mr. Chuk Sokpala. He'll be talking about the industry experience. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on all existing protocol. Thank you so much to the management of the institution, Covenant University, and also a very big thanks to the CAPIC ACE team. My partnership with them has actually spanned a couple of years now, so really happy to be still have time to come here and talk. Industry experience, I think, has been one great experience that you don't have to stay away from, you have to stay very close to. I will tell you something. Before, okay, so background. I'm coming from Microsoft. I lead the Azure business in Africa. Before joining Microsoft last year, December, I spent 20 years working with Hewlett-Packard. So that's a lot of it. That's why you can see some gray hairs on my cheek. I actually left it on purpose because if you see my picture on the brochure, it's like no beers. So I've had this lengthy 20 years of experience at the forefront of helping customers and partners to adopt technology. And at a point, I said, no, enough. Let me go into academics. I need to help to bring some industry knowledge to the academia. And then just 2 years I lectured, I began to realize that I didn't know what was going on again in the IT industry. So I had to come back very quickly before I become obsolete. So I'm happy that a school like Covenant University is at that forefront of helping to bridge that gap. It's a lot of innovation that's going on in the IT industry. Today we'll be talking about how those emerging technologies, how they help to, those in research and development, how they help to, drive economic growth, and how they fundamentally also help us solve societal challenges, maybe finding remedy to sickness and diseases, finding solutions to them. And also in the, maybe every sector you look at, whether it's financial services, we talk about fintech. I'm happy to hear Mr. Alessi talk about the agro-tech also briefly today. But virtually every industry is affected. I'm going to use these few minutes to just tell you a little about my interaction with a customer in Kenya like 5 weeks ago. This customer is into, I've been sharing this, having this conversation about this customer's testimony, how they use technology at the front line, at the front end, to drive major change here in Africa. So this customer is into health insurance. Every single day, they have 10 people dedicated to processing insurance claims. They receive like 1,500 every single day. This would take them the whole 8 hours to process. They didn't know, number one, the volume of error they were making, and number two, because they are in health insurance, they were unable to do or provide intervention, maybe in actual helping their customers to actually know, are they actually getting the right service? They are unable to intervene. So theirs was just to provide the service and then process the claim, and it ends there. But they adopted technology. When they adopted technology, they were able to reduce the processing time for those 1,500 claims that comes in every day from 8 hours. We dedicated 10 persons to less than 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. The second point was that they realized that errors in the claim processing, that they were overpaying by 40%. Right? And that's a lot of money for a customer that have like 1,500 claims every day. But that's not the juicy part of the conversation. Because AI, analytics, whatever feeds on data. You must have heard people say data is a new fuel. So if you have access to data sources, there's a lot of things you can do with data. Being an insurance firm, they've had this whole mammoth of database from the different hospitals, and they've been able to, over the years, pull those data together. And at this moment, they use AI on top of the data they've collected. So from the time a medical doctor sees a patient and recommends drugs to be administered to the patient, to the moment of discharging and actual administration, they were able to use AI to intervene because they realized that 99% of deaths were caused due to wrong medication. With AI, they were able to check patient medical record and it was able to align whether the medication being administered is consistent given the patient medical history or not. Ladies and gentlemen, they were able to save a lot of the customers' lives. At 99% of death was because of wrong medication. I think that speaks a lot. So this is just one area that technology is helping in driving real intervention in the industry. Industry is quite expansive. He talked about agri. I think I'm very interested in that one because he told me briefly about it and just he mentioned it in the passing. There are volume of food that is wasted all over. If you go to, I sat with a government, a group CIO of a government agency in South Africa, and they are using AI to understand citizens' feeling about the services they deliver so that they can actually adjust and sought to deliver better service to their citizens. Meaning sentiments. They go to social media handles, try to understand what are people saying about us, what are people trying to expect from us. This is about intervening in how government can actually deliver services to people. Is it in the telco space? Is it in the financial services industry? There's no industry that is left out. Even in the academics, in the education sector, technology is driving fundamental change. And I think, like Lasisi said, we are the privileged few that's at the forefront of it. This is a time to jump in with our 2 legs and our 2 hands. Whatever thing that is blocking anyone, it's time to remove those blockers. We need to get a hold of this. Mr. Lasisi also showed us those societal ills, bad roads, and so on and so forth that we experienced and we encounter on a daily basis. And I think the good news is that we have these monumental challenges. And then we also have the monumental brain to develop solutions to those problems. They say Africans, foreigners are not going to solve African problems. We are the ones to solve our problems. And we understand it. Whether it's about election, we can fix it. Whether it's about electricity, we can fix it. If it's about our roads, we can fix it. Wastage in agriculture, we know what to do to reduce it. So I'm happy looking forward to the conversation because we'll be talking about some of those blockers. What are the challenges really militating against adoption? Is it from a policy point of view? Is it from a training point of view, capacity-wise? Is it from a cost point of view? Is it the actual infrastructure that we need to spur or to drive some of these initiatives? So we'll be digging deep into every one of them. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to the next conversation.
Thank you very much, sir, for keeping to time. Yes, so we're going to go quickly to the next speaker. We have Dr. Olagoke Oladotun. He's going to be also giving us the perspective from sustainable technology solutions and also cybersecurity in the age of innovation. Please let's make him welcome. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. Once again, let me start on the already established protocols. The truth of the matter is this. I'm a chemical engineer, not a computer scientist. But I realize that every time, in every discipline, we should be able to apply the latest innovation. Don't think you are limited because you are in economics. Don't think you are limited because you are in language. The emerging technologies is a platform for us to change the way we think. And that is what I'll be speaking to today. I want to stimulate our mind about the way we solve our problems. For example, I came to Covenant University about 3 years ago. And one thing I realized was this: attendance is a priority. It's so important that if you do not handle it well, it can land a faculty in trouble. And I said, if this is very important, it has to go with integrity of data. How can I maintain the integrity? How will I not compromise myself so that when students come and beg, I cannot alter it? So what did I do? I decided to create an attendance software for myself that makes use of their visual expression, or let's say facial identification and geolocation. And since that time, nobody comes to my office to beg because I cannot alter it myself. I'm wondering, okay, you solved that problem. You've not applied it to even chemical engineering. Yes, even recently we are trying to apply AI and programming, software or coding for some of us to develop what we call virtual laboratory for secondary school. Because we know in Nigeria, we have issue with secondary school having laboratory themselves. So how do we solve this problem? Let's create one for them that look exactly the way they will perform the experiment in class. It's still ongoing. But thank God we're able to solve titration. So that one is done now. We are moving on to the next one. We are talking about metal identification, metal detection. And we have a team of developers, those who do animation, designers, and we are trying to put it together. Thank God Microsoft is here. We expect you to invest in this kind of things to change the way we learn. All right. If we are talking about, you might be saying that these ones are obvious. I do believe we as academics, if we do not apply the emerging technology, we will not have anything to teach in future. I tell them in my department, I say, like it's mentioned, the new crude oil is data. One day is one day, there will not be any need for a chemical engineers again. So before I become obsolete, it's better I equip myself with the basic fundamental language, programming language. It won't be English anymore. It will be programming language. Can you speak it? That will be the vernacular in future. And that's why we employ even those who are in social sciences. Every day we want to write paper as academics. We plot chart. We go to Excel. It's high time you create one interface for chart. Supply your data, it gives you the chart, and it gives you the analysis. You are saved. That means the entire section of your paper concerning result is done through the help of a tool that all of you come together to build. Recently, I was discussing with my director in ODL, and I was chatting with him. I said, if we, Covenant University, we are thinking majorly about products because our chancellors have challenged us about products. Let us build product. I said the best thing will be that there should be a chapter in every project, every thesis, every dissertation that is mainly for product. Call it chapter 6. That should be the focus. And there should be a team that will see your result and produce a product from it, at the barest minimum, an app. An app. Turn all these our results to something useful. Let's make it available to everybody. And before we know it, we'll be better off. I'll rest my case here.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to attempt to do a bit of Professor Conrad's topic. He was supposed to talk about ethical issues in the use of technology innovation. And so because I'm a technological person myself, we have all alluded to the fact that data is the new gold today, right? And we agree, everybody agrees to that. So there are a lot of things that we need to think about in terms of adopting technology. The two speakers before me have alluded to the fact that technology is supposed to be a driver and an enhancer. But sometimes technology also can have negative effects, and that's what I want us to just think about in the next few minutes that I'll be talking about this topic. The first thing I think for me is issue of information privacy and information security. So security and privacy are two different things, even though they are related. But I think one of the biggest problems for me in terms of using internet, using technology, and using social media is the issue of privacy. It's almost so it's almost impossible to be private or to just keep some things to myself. Even though as much as possible, some of us try to be private and you try to, but it's almost for example, with the program of today, we are on the internet already. And if you didn't tell somebody that you are going to be here at Cookread, somebody just checking the university's website or Twitter page or whatever may be able to locate you. And if they are looking for you, your photographer is taking picture. He didn't ask you, do you want to be on the internet, the university page, or WhatsApp on our Copy Case platform? They're already sharing it. So if someone wants to know where I am now, it's not hard. No? Is it difficult? It's not. So sometimes you may really find it difficult not to have that privacy intruded into, but with the use of technology, it's almost impossible. If the Vice Chancellor is making any keynote address somewhere, we can be in the comfort of your room, and you are listening to everything that he's saying. So let's agree today that privacy may not be completely achievable with the use of technology and with the use of information. Recently, I had cause to be at a conference, and I didn't really tell people where I was. But before I knew it, people were already greeting me because the conference had uploaded my picture. I didn't even know that I was on Twitter because I am not even active on Twitter. But somebody saw my picture on Twitter and sent me a message and said, "How is Canada?" I'm like, okay. What's going on? I didn't tell you that I was in Canada, so how did you find out? I was like, I saw your picture on the conference, and I'm like, okay. So privacy is a problem, and whether we admit it or not, it may be really difficult to be completely private. So that's one problem. The next problem is misuse of user information. Sometimes all the information that we put up, we have good intention, but anybody can use that information and use it against you. Many people try to be private because they feel that it is what you know about me that you use. Your boss may say, this boy is just jumping all over the place. Let me deal with him. So user information, once it's open, anybody can wake up and then decide to misuse it. So misuse is a problem. The next problem with this user information is commoditization. I hope you are aware, and I know you follow the story of Facebook when they had problems with the US government, where they are selling user data to companies, to advertisers and all that. So as you put yourself online, you must be aware of some of these problems that, okay, do you give, because some of us, and I'm going to get to the point of informed consent. Some of us just click accept, accept, accept. You don't, me inclusive. I still did something and say cookies, I just clicked accept all. Do we know the meaning and the implication of accepting all? Do we even read? Sometimes even the software themselves do not fully declare to us what we are getting into, but I will get there in a bit. But what I'm saying is that sometimes our user data can be commoditized and maybe sold. There are many times you go up and down, maybe at the airport, you are crossing the border, they're asking for your phone number, they're asking for your address, they're asking for certain things. These things are data that they are collecting over time, and it's massive resource that may be sold. And they may not even tell you that they're going to sell it. But the truth is that sometimes they sell these things to advertisers, and you may not really have control over that. There's also the part of ad fraud. Ad fraud, and some people may agree whether it's fraud or it's not fraud, but there are many times where websites are crawling your information. If you go and buy toothpaste, the next thing you start to see advertisement on toothbrush. Have you witnessed that before? Apart from even buying, sometimes even when you're talking, have you noticed that maybe you and your friend are talking about something, and before you know it, when you go online, you are seeing the advertisement. I was telling my husband, I said, these people, it's like they are listening to us. Because once I say something, and I'm discussing something, maybe I'm discussing about glasses or whatever, when I get on Facebook, the advertisement I'll be saying is about glasses. Please, can anybody just bear me witness? To activate your microphone. They can activate your microphone and they can listen to your conversation. So if you are saying something, oh, I want to make my hair, I want to buy a dress, the next thing you start to see advertisements surrounding, what you just spoke about. So these things are real, whether we accept it or not. I was speaking with a friend and I said, ChatGPT has come to stay. Whether we agree or we don't agree, students are going to use it to submit assignments. So it's best for us to now begin to talk about how to use it in the proper way. And that's where ethics come in. But that is not going to happen, may not be the way to go. But the truth is that every time, because we're now in an information age where everything is online, everything is put up there. So let's begin to educate people and let users of all these platforms be aware of all the things that surround it, so that then you know. And then when you decide to use those platforms, you have a complete information with you to equip you to be able to prevent any kind of misuse whatsoever. The next thing also is about information security. I don't want to overflow that. But like I said, it's very close to information privacy. Information security is very important because these days, there's what we call cyber wars. Have you watched a movie about that? I think I've seen a movie on that before, where they were saying that in very few years to come, we're not going to need atomic bombs. We're not going to need to be wasting money on all these, dangerous weapons. Just find the database and hack it. Imagine the director of CSIS is here. Imagine we go to CU Porter now and go and do something there. There will be a problem now. And then, have you witnessed where maybe there's a ransomware on your computer? Have you witnessed that before? I knew somebody who witnessed it. And then the person who designed that ransomware was asking for money. They locked all the files up. He was trying to download something on the internet to install a software. He mistakenly, downloaded from the wrong site. And then all the files were locked. It was encrypted. And there was no way. He tried to imagine all the files on your system. Your project, your assignments, your lecture notes, everything encrypted. You try to open it and it's showing you gibberish. Won't you be... Yes, so that's a security problem. And then the guy was saying, pay $1,000 for me to give you the key to decrypt it. So it's a reality. So when you are using these systems, you must be educated and be informed of whatever, problems that may arise. I tell people when you are downloading software, make sure you are downloading from, authentic sites. Don't download anything randomly, even on your phones. They could get into your phone. Of course, you know how Nigerians are now. If your phone is being used for internet banking, then you have to be careful. The phone number you use for your online banking, you have to be careful. So all these are things that even though internet has come, technology has come, now I can send money on my phone, there's also a problem that anybody can, take on my identity and use that to send all my money. And before you know it, you'll be seeing alert, alert, alert. In 5 minutes, 10 million is gone. So we need to be very careful of these things. The next thing I'll talk about is the use of deep fakes. Have you heard of deep fakes before? Deep fakes. So I think it was 2 years ago when somebody did a video of the Queen dancing, the Queen of England doing some kind of funny dancing, and it looked real. It looked like she was the one. but she wasn't the one. A deepfake of Obama also, came up on the internet recently, and this is a reality. For example, now, someone like Bishop, he has a lot of videos online. He's a preacher, he preaches every Sunday. If I have a good amount of somebody's videos, we can use that to create him saying something else. Then how do we authenticate whether what video we are watching is truly him talking, or somebody who has just used this video to train a deep learning model to speak like him? You just need to have enough amount of training data. If I can get enough amount of training data, I can train a machine learning model to speak and look like you. And it will be very, very difficult for anybody to prove. In fact, they're using deepfakes now for acting. They're using it to produce movies in Hollywood today. And then you will think it's your favorite actor, whereas he's not the one. So these are real issues. Apart from deepfakes, we also have the issue of misinformation. Fake news, we know what that is. Where something is up online, they say somebody is dead and the person is not. So you are wondering, how do I then begin to know which one is authentic news and which is not? So there are so many ethical issues that we need to think about. Even though technology is here to stay and it has come to enhance what we do, but the truth is that it can actually be misused. The last point, I spoke about informed consent briefly before, but let me just say that everyone must ensure that when you are using something, if you are told to accept all, please understand what you are accepting. If you are told to, if you are using a software, try and look at the terms and conditions, even though it's hard, but sometimes you may want to check it because there may be some things hidden in those things that you don't know. The last example I want to give us today is an example of bias in government policies and healthcare that may come as a result of the knowledge that we have. So 2 weeks ago, I was in a conference in Kigali, and someone was saying about the fact that African genomes, are becoming interesting. People are coming to learn about our genomic, our genome, and try to look at what is unique to us. And the woman was saying that in the US, the Black Americans actually suffered from that. And she was telling me a story. And then she was saying that after they studied their genomes, they found diseases that many of them were genetically predisposed to. And because of that, I don't know how correct she is, but she felt that many insurance companies were now beginning to give a lot of disclaimers in their health policies to say they won't cover this, they won't cover that, they won't cover that. Whereas even people that are sick are those who even need more insurance policy cover. But the insurance company started saying, oh, we're not going to cover this one, we're not going to cover that one. So she felt that they became disadvantaged because of the information that they got that, okay, of course, once you carry a certain genetic this thing, you are predisposed to certain things. And then the insurance company started coming up to say, we won't cover this one, and these are chronic diseases. So how did they determine what is chronic and what is not chronic? And so it does also mean that your genetic information must also be protected, because anybody who has access to it can then say, oh, yes, because of your genome, we can tell what diseases you are predisposed to. And that information can be misused, whether we agree or we don't agree. Because insurance cover is very important. You know how difficult it is, paying out of pocket for some treatment. And so when insurance companies begin to come up to say, we don't cover this, we don't cover that, then you are wondering what is happening. So yes, even though for us in the health sciences and genomic studies, even though we are encouraging us to keep doing and exploring African genomes, we have to be careful. And we have to be very protective of just shipping our samples over there, and then they do all manner of exploratory whatever on it. Right now, they are still exploring it. But as soon as they start to find out things about us, then they may begin to make policies and laws that may not favor us, because, of course, the key is in their hands. So that's why we must wake up and take our ownership of our data, take ownership of everything that belongs to us, so that when we know whatever is ours, we can use the right information to help us and help us to be better. So I hope with these few points, you can begin to think deeply about adopting AI in innovation, and all of us can become more responsible in the use of AI. Thank you very much, and God bless you. So quickly, we are going to go into the question and answer. We want to engage the listeners, the two speakers that have spoken before me. Do we have questions? So that they can then give us more insight into that. Questions, please. Do you want to write, or you could please come forward? Thank you. We need more questions. Please come forward if you have questions.
Concerning AI, recently, of United Kingdom set up a committee in developed countries together to see what they can do to ensure that they put control mechanism towards the advancement of AI. How should African leaders prepare themselves? The agents of AI. How do we also begin to look at? Do we need to talk to measure? Just few days, Mr. Atman was sacked. Microsoft hired him. And the reason for his sack was that the board said they are concerned about his AI. They are concerned about regulatory issues. They are concerned about the future of AI. This guy is running ahead of them. My question is, how should African leaders, or African generally, policymakers, begin to look at AI and the need for control measures so that we understand this AI and how it affects our lives? Secondly, we're talking about disruption. There's this smart agriculture that is being promoted. Any of the guests can talk about it, so that Africans know what really some of these things are, so that we are not just consuming new products, new food items that are injurious to our body in the name of smart agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
Thank you so much. Before I talk about the regulation, let me talk about the hiring of Atman. And okay, so OpenAI has been in big and deep partnership with Microsoft for a couple of years now. Microsoft has invested over $10 billion in OpenAI. And I think part of like an insurance policy, okay, so you can't have the person you have invested in leaving, and then you just allow him to go to competition. So we'd rather have him on board immediately. It was a business decision, and you can also see the impact of that decision on the stock price of Microsoft. Thank you. So that's on that. We'll talk about, because believe you me, this is the age of AI. We are at a point of inflection. Fundamental change is going on, and there's no going back. So, and this is why we all need to brace up for it. And I think maybe later in the day when we talk about I think that's a session I have in the afternoon, I'll talk about that. So back to the regulatory impact. Of course, when there are emerging technologies, there's always the pros and cons. And it's important for the developers, what I call the entire ecosystem of stakeholders, the developers, the users, the partners, everybody, to abide, maybe follow certain principles. One is being able to communicate clearly. Maybe this also has to do with transparency, being transparent, so that the emerging technology, its impact, positive impact, negative impact, and how to use it. You are just talking about series of wrong usage that may happen on several platforms that we use today. So communicating and in a very transparent manner is very key. Number two is galvanizing a cross-section of stakeholders, so that if policies and guidelines are to be developed, they are going to be developed based on domain knowledge, not just from a technology developer's point of view, but from a user point of view, from other people who may be impacted by that very technology. Because when people sit maybe in a round table, and there are the developer's perspective, and you also see users' perspective on what is being developed. And also maybe if you get people who specialize in ethics, lawyers, and even social responsibility people, you bring them to the table so that you can have a broader perspective on what is being developed. That way, when you develop guidelines, it becomes more inclusive. When you developed, the product itself, it becomes, it helps now to address the fundamental business challenge, or solve the solution the way it's supposed to solve. In Microsoft, that's what we call, talking about this AI again, that's what we call responsible AI. It's one thing we are championing and driving, so that, and it talks about this whole body of ecosystem of users, partners, and different collaborators in the AI business, so that we are sure that you who is using AI solutions or tools, you are using them in a responsible manner, in a transparent manner, so that everybody is aware of the do's and don'ts and the limit to which this can actually take us. So I think it's a broad ecosystem that we need to take along. And I think also we cannot talk without the place of education and training. Okay? People need to become a lot more, let's be 1 or 2 steps ahead of the development in terms of training, so that, I have heard about all the fake news and all the video, but I didn't know it's called deepfakes. So this is today, I'm just saying it for the first time. So I've taken a note of that. So I need to go home now. Okay, so is that what this thing is called? So everybody is learning. I tell people that I run Azure business for Microsoft. And Azure, sometimes we think it's one product. There are probably over 140 different solutions in Azure. How am I going to cope? How are my partners going to cope? So I talk with partner A, maybe they're just doing like 5 solutions. I talk to another partner, another 5 solutions. So I'm going to have probably a broad spectrum of partners focusing on different areas of the same hyperscaler. So this is really the era where training and retraining and then retraining again and then training again is so important. So we just need to continuously learn. Okay? Thank you.
So my question is on data protection.
You are trying to ask if we allow AI to determine how our crops will grow, maybe it leads to smart genome product. For me, I used to say that science has brought AI to this level. Like they say, we are not going back. Rather, regulation should be put in place. Because if you try not to regulate it or you try to suppress it, people will still produce it at the back end, which is unregulated. Because I want to produce something fast. I want to make money. So if I want to make money, like I'm an engineer, so we have 3 things that governs the way we produce things. We have safety, we have ethics, we have economics. And we know that managers love economics, entrepreneurs. But we, as people, we remember ethics and safety. However, sometimes if they put the money down and they push us away, we follow their own profit. So I will believe it's regulation, as you have mentioned, that can help us. And we should not be afraid. But let us not be afraid. They will modify it, then they will modify it again, and it will get better. So we should not be afraid. Let us not be afraid.
So my question is on data protection and what should we do? First, I read somewhere where a cybersecurity was saying that recently we no longer just watch our televisions. our televisions also watch us. And it was shocking to me because television is something that we just watch, but the smart TVs these days, once it's plugged, whether it's on or off, they're actually watching you, and a third party has access to that television to know what is happening in that room. And the same thing is also applicable to laptops. Provided, I had a friend that was actually taking a cybersecurity course, and I'm sorry I'm going to say this. So he said his lecturer, or the person that was actually teaching them, who lives in India, was able to access his laptop and was able to send him a picture of him wearing boxers and entering the bathroom. And I'm like, his laptop is actually off, but it's just that the webcam is on. So is this not an infringement on our privacy and all of that? What can we do as regards to regulations of some of these things? Thank you very much.
Use a sellotape or a paper tape or like something really thick to block their camera on the laptop before. And I was asking the person, why doing this? And he said, yes, he himself is a hacker and he knows that your camera can be activated even when it's off. And I was shocked. So even your phone that you carry, as you're looking at your phone, the camera may not be on, but there could be a third-party software somewhere that could pick your face and transmit it. Even when you go on the ATM, have you seen your face on the ATM before? So there was a time I had issue with my ATM card, and I went to report at the bank, and they just tried to say, okay, let me say what time the ATM was used. And at that time, they were able to capture the face of the person. You move very close to the ATM when you are using it. Do you know the ATM has a camera? It does have a camera. And the person's face was picked. In fact, that was way back, maybe even 5 years ago, not even now. So I don't truly have an answer to your question, but just to say that we're not completely safe, as long as these devices are around us. Because you could have a third-party software, like you alluded to, that you don't know. But I think what we can do in terms of being responsible is to ask every software developer to be truly, to have full disclosure. If I'm using a software, there should be full disclosure of what that software is doing. And even the one that I don't know it's doing, let there be a full disclosure. But many times they could hide it somewhere in the terms and condition agreement, which I've just advised every one of us to read, which we don't always read. We accept cookies. We don't know what those cookies are doing. They are small. Yes, you can try to expand it and read it. Because the truth is, if you are not aware and something is being taken of you, you cannot come and say ignorance is not an excuse. So just be aware. Like that example you gave, the guy would have thought, oh, nobody is seeing me. But it's even good that he was putting on clothes. I've seen people whose nudes were taken. Yes, whose nudes were taken and were sent to them and they were asked to pay a ransom. So you need to be really careful around these devices. Even your children's tablets that they use that you think, nobody knows anything. They could be taking their photos and be transmitting their pictures. They download games, they download all manner of stuff. You don't know what the person who has designed the game has put. I could write a game or a software and put something inside it and ask that thing to be transmitting information back to me as a developer. And you as a user, you will have no idea. You will just be clicking and having fun. So that's why we need to educate everyone about the dangers. And we also, as developers we should also be careful of developing things that are dangerous. But you can't have control over another person's actions. So you as a user, you then need to know how to guide yourself and protect yourself. But unfortunately, what you have said is very correct. So I don't know, maybe somebody else can...
You know how I wanted to, there's one way I always explain it or talk about it. We live in two worlds. So there's a physical world, then there's a cyber world. So you can be here, you've been to America, you've been to Canada, you've been to UK, because you are in a portal that's hosted somewhere and your footprint, digital footprint is there. So we know how to lock our doors when we are in the house. We know how to take care of our physical bodies. It's important. It's your responsibility, responsibility, number one responsibility, to be sure you protect your digital footprint. It's important. Okay, like she was saying, posting all sort of videos, birthday, children this, friends that, and so on and so forth. The era is changing. I think we just need to, I talked about being 1 or 2 steps ahead of technology if it's possible. If it's possible. Stay on top of it. It's your responsibility. Of course, there are solutions, but majority of those solutions are focused on how corporate organizations can protect their assets, digital assets, their investments. But when it comes to individuals, I haven't seen a lot of individuals in trying to protect how you move, how you browse, and so on and so forth. So they leave that to you. So you need to, from Microsoft, for instance, we are a big organization helping big entities also, big corporate entities. So if it comes to how you identify maybe your password to your system, of course, we've done all those ones. So we are not hoping that you're going to share those ones. But if you need to put anti-phishing and antivirus and whatever thing, look for them and put on your laptop so that you can be protected. She also talked about blocking the camera of your distance. It's a way of just locking out any access you think you don't require. Why do you leave it open? You close your windows when it's raining. This is a raining time as far as IT is concerned. So please, close wherever you need to close. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for the information. My question goes thus. AI is common. We all know, like, AI is where you can search for any source of information. But as an innovator, you need to be a critical thinker. So what is now the defects of this AI over human thinking? Because at times, you don't even need to sit down and think before, just type it on AI. It's going to bring any information that you need. So what is the defect of this artificial intelligence over human thinking? So that's...
Let me attempt to answer the question. What is the defect? For me personally, I don't see it as a defect. Maybe because I'm coming from a background that they didn't train me in computing. I had to learn it, so I enjoy it. I believe he has created another opportunity. Why do I need to start from the beginning when I could just proceed from 10 to 20? It's not telling us, it's not asking us to be lazy. For some people, they think you make us lazier, but I don't think so. I believe it's going to enhance us to be able to be highly productive. We become expert in no time. I don't want to start from zero. I don't like it. Progress is more rapid when it has foundation. Abraham Maslow, and I'm not a socialist. If there's a foundation, let me build on it. So rather, like he said, we should retrain ourselves. That's what we are saying now. Don't start from zero. AI will get you to number 10. Moving from 10, so the training will start in the academia now. We are telling them, because sometimes people cancel, this is from ChatGPT, I'm canceling your paper. No need to cancel it. Just increase the grade. You know, that is the starting point. Make that one 0 now. So you have been doing it over 0 to 10 before. Make it 0 to 20. So that they will know how to work harder. We need to innovate as well. AI cannot be too smarter than us. For us, we think it's smarter. No, it's just a fast thinker. Because he has all the data and he can analyze them on time. He will still rely on us to make the good judgment. So let us not be afraid. So smart, when you put in ChatGPT, you know those answers are not always correct. They are not always. He's just going to reply. He must reply. He must reply. They are not always correct. So if you give me, I know that it's from, or you like, just type in this topic, write the paper on it. It's going to write the paper. But all your references, the citations, they are always wrong. All the citations are always wrong. So you have to go back and find a citation that will rhyme with that thing and rewrite it. But for those who do not know, just submit it and you get -10 if it's me. That's what I will say.
So we're going to take a break briefly, and we're going to listen to another presentation. He walked in while we were here. He's going to be speaking to the second part of Professor Conrad's part. So please, let's make welcome Professor Obinawi. He'll be speaking about leveraging emerging technologies for innovation and impact in biotechnology and healthcare. Yes. Thank you, Prof. Despite the short notice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I was asked to stand in for Prof. Conrad. I'll be talking on leveraging emerging technologies for innovation, the biotechnology, and healthcare. First of all, I'd like to have us understand what exactly is biotechnology when it comes to biological sciences. We are dealing with microorganisms, animals, where we can actually modify them to suit our needs. And we can leverage on several technologies to do that. For instance, I'll be talking on 3 areas: agricultural biotechnology, industrial biotechnology, then environmental biotechnology. On agricultural biotechnology, now we find out that we are talking about food sustainability. By the time there are crops you don't need to wait for a whole season. Within a short time, you have the crops harvested, because there are new technologies like hydroponics that allows you to kind of farm all through the entire season. Seasonality no longer becomes a problem in terms of growing our crops, because there are so many technologies that have been built that has removed some of those hindrances that we used to have concerning production of agricultural materials. In agricultural biotechnology, I would like to talk about the golden rice. I don't know how many of us have heard about golden rice before. How many of us have heard it? Yeah, golden rice is an example. This is where vitamin A has been added to, using biotechnology, added into the rice. So there are persons, for example, when you eat such rice, instead of trying to buy those vitamins outside, you can actually eat rice and have it taken into your body. Beyond that, in terms of, let me say, insulin production, you actually harvest insulin from calf. Are you aware? The calf, baby cow. But currently, you would have imagined the number of cows that would be slaughtered for us to have insulin. But currently, there are so many technologies using biotechnology. We can actually do that using E. coli. E. coli is a microorganism that have been widely worked on, and all their entire genome process have been characterized. So what scientists do is to modify some segment of that organism and allow them to grow in what we call waste products. As these organisms are multiplying, they end up producing insulin for us. Those are some of the things that emerging technologies have done for us. Then coming to environmental biotechnology, where that is my area of purview, I would say that environmental biotechnology has changed entirely. Gone are the days that we waste donkey years growing organisms in the lab. But now, within a space of 5 to 10 minutes, I can tell you this organism that is living in this area, or this organism that is maybe in such site, maybe petroleum. If you are going into exploration, let me use exploration of petroleum, for instance. There are some couple of organisms I need to find within that environment. Just the presence of those organisms is an indication that we have hydrocarbon deposit in that environment. And these are some of the things that we can use using metagenomics. When you talk about issue of sequencing and all that, I remember when I started the initial sequencing I did, that was far back in 2010. It was rigorous because I know coming from Africa, you have little or no knowledge about the issue about molecular biology. Yes, we have been taught, but we have not experienced it. So on getting to traveling out, had the first knowledge of doing all these things. And within the lab, my host mandated me that, yes, we've not been doing this in this lab, but you must start it. And I started from scratch. I had to do a lot of things within a short time. It's as though your world is crashing. But however, I was able to scale through. In the course of all these things, I discovered so many new things. For instance, for me to sequence an organism, characterize, for those in microbiology, you take a whole lot of growing and all that. You don't need to do that anymore. Using modern science, you can pick it up right from the environment, characterize it. That is what metagenomics talks about. Do what we call clone library. Clone library gives you a picture of the entire organism within the space. And that is what we have now adopted in microbial ecology when we talk about microbiome studies. Now, people are looking at microbiome, the air, so many parts of human body, but this is what has been leveraged using what? High-throughput sequencing technologies. Those are part of what we have actually achieved. Then on environmental biotechnology, I also like to talk about issue of sequencing. Now, most of us do a lot of sequencing. I remember back then in 2010 when I returned, I was one of the first persons that uploaded our gene sequences from Covenant University. By the time I was able to do that, I found out that some of my contemporaries, colleagues, are still struggling in that line. Why? Because of issue of the innovation and things they do in the developed country, which we need to catch up. I always tell my people, there is no Nigerian science. Science is universal. Either you catch up or you're left out. So by the time we started, before you know it, I was forced to learn about so many softwares. I'm not a bioinformatics, but I had to learn it in the course of my PhD. I have to learn how to use codon aligner. What BioEdit came up recently, Stuffit Expander. I mean, these are some, I'm not a computer scientist, but I was forced to go and learn it. And in the whole thing, I found out that it's possible to learn, do bioinformatics, even without having a good knowledge in computer science. With that, I've been able to process high lot of what sequences, and so many have been contributed from Covenant University. Why? When these things are up there, so many scientists can actually mine it and use it for so many processes. For instance, let's use issue of COVID. The time COVID came to Nigeria, within a space of less than 2 to 5 days, Professor Happy was able to create the sequencing. How? Because he has the technologies there. If you come to the issue of diagnostics, you find out that by the time I'm talking from microbiology perspective, it takes a lot of time for you to grow an organism to identify, to actually start doing antibiotics and testing in the lab, to tell you the type of drugs you take. But using these modern technologies like metagenomics, when I harvest the entire genome, I can do so much on the dry lab, on the sequences. I can test for my antibiotic resistance. I can also check for the type of proteins where those drugs can bind right on my system. These are things that we couldn't have done before, but these are things technologies have enabled us to do. And in terms of prompt diagnostics, this is no longer where you're suffering from malaria, you're treating typhoid fever. No. These technologies will tell you real time what you have. For example, we now have real-time PCR. By the time you sequence an organism, it will tell you within a space of 2 to 5 hours what exactly that thing is. And when you apply the right treatment, you have the right answer. For instance, in COVID, what's the unique thing about COVID? COVID came, every person were running away. It shook our entire landscape, our economy. But just prompt diagnostics is what actually gave rise to people knowing what COVID is all about. Because there's always a fear when you don't know what you're working with. COVID came, people were afraid of so many things. By the time the sequences came, they found out that it belongs to the coronaviruses. And in terms of molecular sequencing, where an organism shares about 70 to 80% similarity with a particular organism, when you apply the same treatment for the particular ones that you know that have been characterized and known, when you apply the same treatment to the unknown, it will have the same effect. That is how COVID was actually handled. So you find that there are so many diseases that can easily be diagnosed within the space of even the unknown. By the time I check the similarity index, looking at the 16-days RNA, which we call the molecular chronometers, we can actually deduce and tell you that this is exactly what this organism. Even if you don't know the antibiotics for this new one, by the time I apply the same antibiotics of the ones that have been treated before, it will have the same effect. That is what modern technologies have brought to us. So before I round off, sorry that I have to take it this way because I wasn't told early enough, so I just came from lecture to come and assist. So in terms of prompt diagnosis, like I mentioned, like HIV, hepatitis treatment, we found out that using modern technologies now, we can actually do rapid diagnostics of those diseases. And at the end, we have a better life. So beyond like what they've said about issue of technologies, the major issue around this is the ethics behind it. There should be ethics around all these things because, for example, people have not really come to realize how exactly COVID came to be. There have been so many, conspiracies. Some said it's China. Yes, all those things are possible because you may have a good mind. Not every scientist have that. There are persons who believe that they are out to dehumanize human beings. They can do that. The only thing is to build in ethics in whatever we do so that we have checks and balances whenever we are manipulating biotechnology or using biotechnology to do a lot of things. Biotechnology, like I said before I round off, is a major thing that can actually open up the fortunes of developing countries. Example, Nigeria. In agricultural biotechnology alone adds about $250 billion to the US economy. Agricultural biotechnology. Imagine where we have a blueprint in Nigeria. Imagine where we have a right thinking from the government, setting in place the right things that are required to establish such. I think that is a major pathway for Nigeria coming out of this kind of economic woes that we have been passing through. We have the scientists, so many of the scientists are there. And where a scientist is not having what is required within his space, the next thing is for him to migrate. But if our government can have a rethink by putting in the right environment, what I mean is that infrastructure, technology like light and other things required, I think Nigeria can come out of this doldrum of poverty that we are suffering. Thank you so much.
So, we don't have too much time, but I want to give him room for one question quickly. Please come forward quickly. Just one question, and then we'll wrap up. So you can write your questions down later. And then, thank you.
Thank you, Ma, and thank you, dear speakers. So my question is this. It looks like when I think of AI and the way technology is going, it looks like, even at this age, I sometimes think I'm way behind, or how do one catch up? So my question is that for the curriculum, when we're talking about policy, development, and all of that, at what level or what stage really should all of this be implemented in the educational curriculum system? Or at what level should a child have caught up with all of this so that it's not just like, where do I begin from at some point? For now, I'm a biochemist, and there's a lot of news that you should do bioinformatics, or how do you implement this? So I'm thinking, okay, if I'd done this at a particular stage, maybe my thoughts will have been properly channeled earlier than now, or where do I still catch up now? So that's my question. Thank you very much.
It's not too late. You can start now, but let me allow Prof to speak to you.
Thank you. When it comes to issue of like science, I would say that it's right you are rightly exposed early enough. However, we have what we call implementation science. Those are the persons who are studying to draft policies. That is what most developed countries are actually doing. Even developing countries in for example, South Africa, they have what we call implementation science, where they study the science and also draft the policies around that. And also, in the course of doing that, they also allow the government, the government portfolio or agencies to be part of it. So in the end, when those things have been adopted, it can easily flow within their system. For us in Nigeria, there are so many, we are far, I would say there's a whole lot of divide between the government and the scientists. That is why, for instance, in Covenant University, they are bringing up the town and gown. It's a way of trying to bridge that gap so that some of the people in government will have a good understanding of what some of these things is all about. When someone in government, they are there just to make policies. When they are not aware of what the implications of what we are doing, they may actually give it the right backing. I know some societies currently, what they are doing, for example, some societies who are maybe some of the scientists or the politicians are scientists. What they do is to encourage them. When they get into the National Assembly, their societies will come around them, draft the policies they require within the country, and push them, help them to lobby to ensure that it's passed within the House, so that at the end of the day, it will better the science world. That is what most societies are currently doing. Okay? So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we have come to the end of this panel session. Please join me, put your hands together for the panelists. Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful contributions. We'll just take a group photograph. I like photos. Please, Dr. Agbola, please help us take a group photo, and then the next panel will come up.
Thank you very much. Please, our hands together again, and let's appreciate the moderator and members of the panel. Thank you very much. We have encroached the time allotted for the next panel session, but we'll quickly empanel that team right about now. And the moderator for the second panel session is Dr. Kennedy Opopo-J from Department of Electrical and Information Engineering. Our hands together as we invite him upstage as he brings up other members of the panel.
I'm to stand on the existing protocol. I would like to invite the panelists. But meanwhile, we'll be discussing on innovation 360 with AI, from ideation to production. I would like to invite, first and foremost, Mr. Francis Odeyemi. He is the senior product designer and founder, Nigeria. I would also like to invite my Professor Olufunke Funke La Dupo. Don't mind me, please. Is the HOD Computer Science in Covenant University. Can we applaud that again, please? I'd like to invite also the director, CSIS. What we call CSIS here is, yes, we call it CITS, but we call it CSIS. Engineer Bola. Welcome. I would like them to speak for 10 minutes to their various topic. Mr. Francis will be speaking on strategic integration of AI into organization processes and also AI-driven ideation. Then Professor Funke will be speaking on innovation with large language model and generative artificial intelligence. I think that will interest most of the young guys. Then an ethical consideration. Why Engineer Bola will be speaking on innovative cloud services for AI, challenge and opportunity. I'll start with Mr. Francis. Can we applaud him, please?
Hello, everyone. Hi. Okay. I feel like I can relate with us better, Abby. Okay. So, hello, guys. How are you? Yeah, standing on an existing protocol, my name is Francis Odeyemi, and I would love to share a couple of things with us today about AI and how we can use it. I know we hear the buzzword AI. Well, can anyone just tell me what AI is? Okay, I want one person to tell me how AI works. Just one person. Anyone? How do you think AI works? Yeah. Okay. I will stick to time. Okay, you can just say it from, you can scream it. From? From where? Where are the individuals? Sorry, I'm just trying to mess up with you. Okay. Okay. Has anyone seen this Netflix documentary called Social Dilemma? Have you seen it? Okay. I don't know if Netflix is allowed in this school. I don't know. But I would suggest that, you are the HOD of computer science. I would suggest that that should be taken as a coursework because it's a research on how the big tech, for every one of us, they have a model, a digital model after us, right? They have, it's just a documentary about how we exist in two multiverse, right? Have everyone seen Doctor Strange, Flash, this kind of thing? Yeah. So we exist in two world, right? As everybody has been saying, we have the virtual world and we have the physical world. And let's even talk about getting a job, right? If I want to hire you in my company, I don't really need to know you. All I just say is, what's your name? And most likely, what's your LinkedIn page, right? It's from your LinkedIn, I will see if your profile or you as an individual align with, number one, the company's values and culture system, and number two, the job we want to give you. Before I can invite you for interview. You see how funny that thing is? I've never even heard you talk, but I've made my decision based on the things you put online, right? And it's very important, right? A couple of speakers have spoken about that, but I'm not here to also remind you about that as well. Have you ever used AI for anything? Most of us think ChatGPT is the only AI model that exists, which is fine. Which is fine. Okay, have you ever used ChatGPT for anything? Example. Assignment. And what did you score? What did you score? 100%. Okay, I'm going to talk briefly about AI, how AI works. After that, we talk about product development process, where we dive into design thinking process and how we use AI to optimize structural processes and idea generation. AI. So in every generation, there is always a groundbreaking invention and technology. Earlier, somebody said, shop it. There's always a groundbreaking technology. I was born in the 90s, right? And that was the earlier days of invention of the internet. You know that the internet we have today it wasn't invented for public use. It was invented for military uses, right? And even most of the technology we have that are mainstream today, they are firstly developed for military before we, get it, right? Because essentially, in every country, there is, sorry, I don't like this. Can I move around? Thank you. So I want to be able to connect with all of us, right? So for every groundbreaking technology we see, there is always something. There's always a why. Why this have to happen? Why this have to be done? In 1990, the internet was discovered, or the internet was invented, and we have the likes of Web 2, right? Or Web 1, which is just read only. You cannot interact with the internet. You can only go there and read. After that, we have Web 2, which is HTML, where the era of blogs, Naira Land, all those things came, where you can only go on the internet, read, and share your comments. Now we have Web 3, where you and I can contribute to the internet, where you and I can own things on the internet like NFTs, blockchain, and all this. I'm saying all this to say that we are now in the era of AI. So technology is just a tool, and not what they see you say. Even as a life cycle of a baby, most of the things we do today, or most of the things we do consciously or subconsciously, is based on what our parents, like what they do in our presence. And that's how AI models work. It's whatever you tell the AI to do, whatever I see you do, that it does. This week something happened. A research took place, or there is a breakthrough in research where they've been able to develop a model that literally that can know what you think. Yeah. Just go online. What do you say? Yeah, literally. Go on this YouTube channel called Code Fusion. It's just a recent video he uploaded. And Meta and other scientists are at the front of it. Like literally, it can mimic everything you are thinking. And they've been working on it for 15 years. Literally, it can tell you how, what you are thinking, know your thoughts. And one of their defense is they were able to know anybody's criminal action before they perform it, so they can stop it. But it's a lie. And this is a faith-based organization. This is a faith-based school. And essentially, as Christians, we need to rise up to take our priesthood, right? We know this popular Bible verse, we are the royal priesthood, the holy nation, What are we doing with our priesthood? What are we doing with that God-given ability that God has given unto us? How are we developing ourselves? How are all this learning serious? Because if you see people at the forefront of this technology, they're unbelievers. And whatever they produce, we consume. So, and thank God for Covenant University because awareness, solutions start from awareness. And awareness brings conversation, and brings ideation, and brings solution. So I'm happy that every one of us, we are going home with different mindsets. So let me rush. Yeah. So in product development, there is something called design thinking process. I've been privileged I have over 10 years of experience in my career. I've been privileged to work with companies in the UK, US, Nigeria, blah, 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 blah. And I've been able to do a couple of things with a team of 10 people, a team of 20 people, a team of 5 people, and a solo team. And over time, what is the most challenges we face here as students? Maybe mosquito, anything that you face on campus, just one thing. One thing that is a major problem. Food. No, leave that one now. School cannot solve that for you in that way. Yes, there is your pocket now. Oh, sorry, we have meal ticket, Abby. Okay. So let's say there is rat issue in a particular hostel. So I'm using a scenario-based approach to tell you how we can kill the rats, and also how AI can be involved, so that it doesn't look like I'm talking about a lot of technical jargons. Please, if my time remains 1 minute, 2 minutes. I've not even started, but that's fine. Thank you. Okay, so I'll rush it. So let's say there is a problem. We have rat issues in the school. How do we go about it? So in a design thinking process, we have empathy stage. After empathy, you define the problem. After the definition, you ideate. After ideation, you prototype. After prototyping, you build, right? So there's a rat issue. They call me as a designer. Oh, Francis, there's a rat issue. By the way, design thinking process doesn't only apply to designers alone. You use across. There's a rat issue. The first thing is, who are the people experiencing the rat issue, right? Traditionally, you go and meet them. You go to their hostel. Let's say, Owl or I don't know the horse, the things you call, Daniel Hall. You go to Daniel Hall, room 204, or you go there to do what? To survey and see, okay, where are the vulnerability spots, like where are the places the rat comes in and all. With that, you're empathizing with the user. What are the problems they have by going to them physically and talking to them. After that, what are the causes of this rat, right? Is it that John will come in, will not finish their food, they will put it there, because rats cannot just appear somewhere, right? What's causing this rat problem? What do you say? What's causing this rat problem? That's you understanding the user. Now, definition. You'll be able to define the major problem. Why we have the rats is because John do this, that. So we have a problem statement. So how do we ideate? Right? How do we ideate? Okay, what are the solutions to list down to solve the rat issue, right? And one of the solutions is to educate John. We're going to educate John that, John, whenever you finish eating, don't leave your plate. Pack your plate, right? And we list a couple of issues. So we list a couple of ideation solutions. After that, we test. So we tell John, we educate John, we give him a week to see, oh, did John do this? When the day John did this, did we see rats? The day John did not do this, did we not see rats? After that, we implement that solution. I just walk you through the whole entire product development process. So there is a payment issue in, say, in this university. Students are unable to pay their bills well and all. Now we need to develop an app, right? The whole process I just walk us through is how we do it traditionally. Talk to the students, see this, see that. Now, AI. Bish. So one of the benefits of using AI is optimization. All those time, and most of those processes I gave you sometimes span through sometimes 6 months, sometimes 1 year, depending on what you are building. An average time you build the product is 6 months. No, not average, like the highest of time. 6 months, 3 months, 4 months. But your research can be done in a week with AI. The first thing you have to do is personalization. So whenever you're using ChatGPT or any language model, you want to assign them a role, right? You just open your AI. You are now a research assistant on A, B, C, D. And the data I want to see are Nigerian-based data. In the AI questions. So what we do, when we are building any product for any company, we get as much information about the company as possible, right? Be it their company profile, what they've done before, who they are, all those things. We arrange them and we set those information as set of instructions for any AI models we are using. And we train the AI with those information. After that, we can now ask the AI specific organization question based on the data we've trained the AI with. With that, we'll be able to bypass user research. It's okay. It's very good. The best way to get good results on any product, talk to somebody physically. But when you have time constraints and all, AI is very good for primary research method. After that, with AI, we get the data, we prepare PRD. Also, in preparation of PRD, instead of spending a lot of time, PRD is called Product Requirement Document. When you want to build a house, there is always, the Bible says that if anyone wants to do anything, count the cost. Yes. When you want to build anything, there's always a process document that guides both the designer, the developer, the QA engineer, and all these people, right? So we use AI to generate that document. We have experts in-house. All you just have to do is cross-check. Does this align with what we are talking about? This, that. That will have taken like a week of work, but with just a day or two, that is optimized, and we ship for development. Right. Yeah, I'm done with that. So my time is up. So about process of optimization. Most of us have online lectures, long hours of meetings, and all, right? I averagely have like 7 to 6 meetings every day. Today, because I will be here, have to cancel them and I'll still go back to them and work. Sure. So most of the time, I can't keep up with those meetings. What I do is I assign an AI assistant. You can attend some meetings for me. So, yeah, and I even have an AI assistant. You can attend the meeting for me and tell me whatever is being said and highlight whatever is being said to me. Or sometimes if I'm in a product discovery meeting and they are talking for like 4 hours, all I have to do is record the meeting, upload the meeting into my AI module, summarize, and I will send for approval. Is it what your guys said? They said yes, bam. That has saved me tons of hours of listening and writing down, right? I'm just giving you like practical scenarios of application. Another one is, another use case is employee something culture. I will explain to you. So all of us, we do personality tests. We do all these things before you get a job. Like, all of us have different personality. Me, I like to eat food a lot. I love food. And I love to, so my company is 100% remote. We don't see each other. Everybody's remote. And how you know how somebody is feeling is how, when you see them. And most times, most people don't like to turn on video. But it's part of the culture policy that you have to turn on video. Most people don't like to turn on video. So what do? I kind of have a way we get data of, okay, this person is like this, person is like that. So I'll just go to our AI system and say, okay, how do I engage with this person with this type of this? Once I have that, I don't need kind of conversation to start with them. I don't have to overthink things. It doesn't have to suit my kind of personality. What's that? It has to suit my kind of personality. But with that, it improves the way I communicate internally, also improve the way I communicate externally. To round up, AI is an enabler. And AI is meant to enhance what we do and meant to enable what we do. We define the cost of AI. Another technology is coming. Another technology is already here, which is called XR, like augmented reality and virtual reality. Like, I have experience in that. And for example, this conference as we can have it in the metaverse. The same way we're having this conference here, I can literally be in my room with my Oculus glass, and I'll literally be speaking here. But I don't think there was an option for that. I don't even have to come here. I'll just have myself on the screen, and I'll be talking to everyone. Hologram technology. So as this new technology comes in, we need to intentionally educate ourselves. And finally, the school has started doing a great job already with educating us, but I would suggest and advise that we should have more of this conversation, maybe quarterly, maybe once a year, so that everyone can be informed. Thank you.
We're applauding. I will invite Professor Funke.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, the topic before me here is innovating with large language models and generative artificial intelligence and its ethical considerations. Yeah. When I walk in here, I have so many questions that we're asking. And I believe taking these few points can actually answer some of the questions that we ask. You know, when we talk about AI, we are just talking about AI as if AI is one mustard inside the computer or somewhere that's just generating. No. AI is actually a deep learning model that can actually be pre-trained on massive large data sets. And from there, it can actually begin to regenerate different type of text, images, the music, anything you want. But there are some facts that you must have in mind that can actually give us some considerations on using the AI. It's actually built on data set that is existing and that has been pre-trained on. So that is one fact I want us to pick from there. Now, when you want to, as an innovator, you can take advantage of large language modeling or generative artificial intelligence. You know, the two of them, they are subsets. However, large language model can actually be restricted to text production, text generation. But when you talk about generative AI, it can actually generate text, it can generate images for you, it can generate music for you, it can generate as many things that you can talk about. So, but based on the pre-trained data set that it has been used. And there are so many ways you can take advantages as innovators. So I want to look at some things. Even as a developer, as he rightly said, from every phase of development, you can actually take advantage. I don't want to, when I say large language model, I want us to keep off our eyes from ChatGPT. Please, just keep your eyes off it, because that is not the only thing that it can do for us. It's just one of the implementation of large language models that we are seeing now, even though that was what actually brought the announcement. But that was not the only thing that we can take advantage from that perspective. So from defining your objective in software development, you can actually engage large language models. Because when you are bringing your innovation, your idea up, it could be limited to you or what you have seen. In research, we say, as far as I'm able to see, but beyond your perception. So when you use AI models, it can actually give you a lot of ideas, whereby you can actually weigh your ideas and actually structurize it and optimize your idea from that end. So it can actually be used in software development. And another thing is, in your planning, it can actually be used in your planning. So you can engage AI in planning. If you want to, as a developer, as an innovator, you can engage it in planning. You can engage it in designing. Even in testing, AI can do some testing for you. Somebody said the response is not always okay. AI is not to replace you. It's to assist you and to enhance your decision making. So whatever that is bringing for you, you are still the person to benchmark and to conclude, to take decision and implement decision. So let's look at some key considerations for when you use AI generative models. One thing is, you don't just use it on trivial issues. When problem is complex, then you want to seek assistance, especially when you don't have enough data available for that research, or for that, maybe you don't have enough requirement specification for what you want to do. You can use AI models to actually assist in that. And more importantly, there are some innovations that require prediction and forecasting. Because that's another good area we can use AI generative models. You can use to predict future, you can use to make forecasting. So those are the areas we can actually engage AI models. As it said, in resource optimization, what will take you 6 months, if you engage AI models, it can actually bring everything for you within a night. You just keep a night and you get your design, everything optimized, and you get your product ready. So very, very important. However, there are some ethical issues that we need to begin to consider when we are talking about AI assistance. As we have ethical considerations in research, so also we have, because of the limitations of AI generative models. As I've said earlier, it's a pre-trained model. So the quality of the data determines the quality of the response. It's garbage in, garbage out. And a lot of things has to be taken into consideration. The first thing is the bias in language model. Your generative model can actually inherit the bias in the data set in giving you responses. And those are some of the things that we are seeing, that the response is not always okay. And that is why when you have such issue, you need to sit down. AI is not the end to life. Your input is you still need to put your input in to be able to look through whatever is given to you, read through, and begin to arrange it and make use in the right perspective. Also, there could be fake content and manipulation. That's another ethical issues in AI. when AI is giving you output, it can be manipulated because it's what is taught that is being pre-trained on that is giving you. So you can see somebody's image eating and he has never been to that eatery before. So it's possible. You can see somebody in somebody's bedroom. They have never met. They have never met. So it's possible. So those are the ethical issues that we can have, consideration that we can have in using AI, generative models. Once you push it, it will give you something. But that may not really be the truth of the whole matter. So you might need to, there are ways of doing that. You might need to take some measure to ascertain the quality and the authenticity of the response that you are given. Also, the privacy concern. There's what we call data privacy, data security. In the process of using your generative AI, it can actually give you some private information about individuals. And by the time you use it, you can be charged for it. So those are some considerations in using AI generative models. And there are so many other things. Because of our time, we might need to look at those things and put them into consideration. Let me just say one or two things on how to mitigate those ethical considerations. For instance, there should be transparency. If you are using AI-driven, if you are innovating AI-driven products, transparency is very important. Right as your product is being launched, please give real information about that product. The source of every data, the source of everything that you are using, let there be transparency so that anybody that is taking advantage of that product can actually have the clear understanding of where this product is coming from. That is very important. And privacy also, you need to implement robust data protection measures, at least to keep some private data privacy like encryption, decryption. Little ones can actually be on top of your softwares in order to be able to maintain privacy. And at the same time, let me talk about security also. You can implement strong cybersecurity measures to protect AI models and user data sets. You can do that. There are some security measures before you can access it. Maybe one or two things could be asked from you for authentication. Lastly, let me talk about user consent. Design user interface that clearly explain how all features work. Very important. Somebody said your camera can start snapping you. All those are what should be taken into consideration ethically. When you are developing, when you are innovating AI products, you must be able to let them know that whether you turn it on or off, having this particular software on your system, your webcam will be activated. All those things are very important. If it's not for malicious products, you should be able to have transparency on that. So in conclusion, innovating with large language model and AI generative, it has come to stay. And it's really important to optimize our products development in every area. There are so many areas you can use this. Even in customer, something you can use to know your customer better. So that when you are bringing your product up, you want to personalize your product for the users. So you can actually take advantage. But one thing I want to drop lastly is it has come to stay. We are the one that will step up at that particular challenge. However, it has not come to replace human being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So we'll quickly go to Engineer Bola. He'll be talking on innovative cloud services for AI, challenge and opportunity.
Thank you very much. I will try as much as possible to work with the time. Yes, I will be speaking, just as he has rightly said, I will be speaking most especially regarding using cloud services in our work and in our innovations, and then talk about the challenges, the opportunity, the advantages that we can get from there. I'm a practitioner. I mean, we use technology to implement solutions, to bring about solutions that we can use at all time. So quite a number of us, we are fully aware of what cloud services is, or let me say cloud computing. I'm very sure that there's no one here that has not heard of the word cloud computing before. Know what cloud computing is all about. Just in a simple term, providing services. It allows computing resources. You are just right where you are, and you're able to access different kind of computing resources wherever you are to be able to achieve your goal. And when we talk about these computing resources, we can take them in form of infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. This can be further broken down, but at least these are the primary ones that we talk about. And we also can talk about the different cloud provider. I'm mentioning this just like an awareness to us, and then so that we can also take advantage of these resources in our innovations. As a student, these resources are available for us to use and to be able to innovate with them. They are not just there for decoration or just for being their sake. We need to take good advantage of these resources. And talking about cloud now, so we know about AWS, that's Amazon Web Service. We know about Azure, that's the Microsoft Azure. We also know about Google Cloud. So we have quite a number of them, but I've just mentioned these three major ones. I know they are the most popular one. Talking about Azure, that's the Microsoft, Google Cloud, and then AWS. Looking at this platform, there are quite a number of resources there, AI resources now, to be more specific, that we can use for our work, or for our research, or for our innovation, that can make us bring about different kind of product. As a bioinformatician, as a biotechnologist, as a computer scientist, there are different tools that is available for us to use there. And thank God for the same AI that we are talking about. You can take advantage of this. You can go to ChatGPT, like it's rightly said. ChatGPT is not the only AI tools that are available. There are quite a number of them that can also help in our research work and in our innovation. But I know ChatGPT was just the talk of the town. There are others, plenty, more than 12, more than 20, that we can use that can assist. So these are more specific. We have some that are more specific into a particular area. We can talk about maybe computer vision. You can talk about, I know I've used some of them before. I might not be able to tell us their specific name as we talk now, but what I'm trying to say is that you can still go to the same ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT and ask, what are the cloud services available for me or relating to AI that I can use in innovation in this area? You might be in the agricultural sector, you might be in the educational sector, your research might be in education, it might be in finance, yes. It might also be in finance. There are several AI tools that you can get from this platform that can actually assist you to be able to achieve this goal. So, sorry, please, some calls are just coming in. So let me begin to talk about the opportunity that are available using these AI tools. Most of these opportunities that I want to mention, they have been mentioned already. But still, I'm going to just emphasize on them because when you talk about AI, it's almost applicable in every aspect of life. We talk about enhanced data processing and analytics capability. We are all researchers, and every now and then we do one analysis or the other. And then we know we are in a data-driven world. We use data very well. The genomic we are talking about is data. You are talking about finance is data. The capturing, you are saying that probably they capture you from somewhere, and all this thing is all about data. And you need computing resources to be able to analyze this data for you. There's no way you can use some of these analysis you are talking about. You can't use your common computer to do these analytics. Yes, if you use them, it might take you quite a number of time. But you have resources available for you in the cloud that are, let me say, when you talk about AI, you need maybe, let's talk about GPU resource servers that can provide you with a computation that you do on your laptop that will take you 20 days, 10 days, 5 days. You can do it under 5 minutes, accessing most of these resources. I mean, analytics, doing your analysis in the cloud. So what am I trying to say? Cloud services are there for you to use to be able to do enhance your data processing and analytics. Also, it's also improve automation and efficiency in your operation. Yes, talking about time, efficiency. We all manage our time. These days, time is money. You are running from one place to the other. You want to achieve this. So the best way to do things is look at way by which, just like our other speaker was saying, he said, he capture a video, put it online, analyze this thing for me. Okay, give me a summary of it. That is the way to life. So you don't need to waste your time trying to say you want to reinvent. Yes, like what I will tell people, and it has also been said here, AI has come to stay. And for me, AI is an advantage to us. It's just for us now to begin to see, okay, how can we take more advantage of this instead of making students to be lazy? It has come to stay, and students should use it. I encourage students to use it. But the fact is that, yes, when you are using it, it brought out something for you. You are supposed to take advantage and study. Before now, what we used to do is we go to Google, and then we download different things from different areas, put them together, and try to summarize or make them make sense to us. But now, ChatGPT can help us to even summarize things, bring things together, instead of us trying to get from this side, add together. But this will help us. Or sometimes it gives us a structure that we can follow to make our own write-up. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you must take everything there. Like we know, some of those things there are not true. So what am I trying to say? Efficiency. So we should take advantage of this AI tool for our efficiency, saving time. But at the same time, when we get these resources, when we get this knowledge, we should not just go submit them. No, we should digest them. We should read them. We should comprehend them so that it doesn't make us lazy. You can be at anywhere. You can be in a place at any point in time, and they ask you. You might want to defend your project, or you are making a PowerPoint presentation. You don't just come and just be reading verbatim. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. So these things are supposed to enhance your understanding and then make it easier for you to learn. So those are the things, these tools are actually available for you to use. Thirdly, okay, then enhance security and threat detection. Yes, like I know I did a project talking about anomaly detection in cloud infrastructure. So what am I trying to say? It also enhances security and threat detection. So there are different kind of resources and data you can capture, and then you can do your analysis that will enable you to be able to get different kind of anomalies. Let me just, maybe to the people that are in ICE or even in finance, you can see the behavior of people online and then be able to use that to make judgments or to build a model that will help you to be able to detect when there are some anomaly within a system. You have built a website, you have come up with a website that are different to that helps you online to be able to build a model that will help you to be able to detect when anomaly are taking place within the system that you have built. Because you can't be there at all time. You can't say, I want to be on my website to be checking when an intruder has come. No. But you can always build a model that can be incorporated into your own system that tells you that, oh, anomaly is taking place, and it can give you an alert. Yes, there might be false alert at some point in time, but out of all those false, at some points, you can also have, true alert. So, Okay, so let me begin to talk about the challenges that we have because of our time. Let me just jump into this. One of the challenges I know we have is in terms of skill sets. I know quite a number of us you have interest in using most of these tools, but the fact is that the skills are not there. So what can you do to develop the skill? Like what I do in my own case is I always allocate time every now and every day. I can tell myself, okay, 2 hours for the next 2 months, you must be studying on this. You must keep studying on this. And then learning skill don't just come like that. It takes consistency, practice. So what am I trying to say? This skill set that is not available is also, the knowledge is available. There's nothing you want to learn today that you cannot get the resources to learn it online. I've never seen anything that I want to know that I can't get the resources to know it. They are always there. So identify the skill that you need and then go to your internet. Thank God, Covenant University, yes, internet, you have internet. You can always use these resources to get you can always use this internet to get any form of resources that you want, because yes, you want to use this skill, but you don't have the knowledge. Or, okay, some of you don't even know what skill do you need in your area of research. That's another place where chat can help you. ChatGPT can help you. Okay, what are the skills needed for me to develop myself in this particular area, in AI, in other area? So ChatGPT can help you, and then you get the resources online. All about that. Then the issue of ethics that we always talk about. Ethics is everywhere. Regulation. So that data that is not supposed to be given out is not gotten, or data that is not supposed to be revealed, some other persons are getting it. We need to also be very careful about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we applaud them, please? At this point, we'll go to the question and answer session. One.
Standing on all existing protocol, I quickly wanted to ask about, we've been talking about the various opportunities given to us by AI, and I want to talk about the financial aspect. Since data is let me just say, the basic unit of AI, are there opportunities for individuals to sell their data to all these AI companies? Because, of course, every AI company is looking for data. And I have my own personal data, I have my medical record. So can I create a side hustle of selling my data to all these companies to generate income? That's my question.
Ethics.
Thank you. You know, when we talk about AI generative models, as he said something the other time, that, no, it was the previous presentation, that you should be careful the way you play on the internet these days. Because most of the information, AI is capturing, they are free, free gifts on the Twitter, on the Facebook, on your Instagram that we have deposited there. Yeah, and that is how they can actually capture and give solutions. However, you want to sell your data, for what purpose? What would they use it for? Where did you get the data from? Because when I do survey, I get data. What we do is we publish it. Because in publishing that data, it shows to us that there is an ethical consideration that you have taken before you can actually get that data. So selling information about yourself, to the public, there are so many ethical constraints you have to take in doing that, and I don't think is advisable. Yeah, that is the truth, because of some ethical conditions that could be attached to it. Thank you.
So again, I don't think there's any data about yourself you want to say that these people don't have. I don't think so. So, but maybe what you want to ask is, how do you make money online with data, right? So, there's something called usability testing, right? So companies always look for people to test the product for them. In that process, you can be a tester, right? Meaning that, let's say Microsoft want to launch a product. Before they launch any product, they reach out to a bunch of users for usability testing, and you can earn as much as $100 per maybe 2 hours, 1 hour. All you just have to do is go on what they've built, navigate it as a user. So on the back end, they can see your user interaction, right? Where you spend more time on what you do, what are you not doing. So with that data, they collect that data to improve the user experience and optimization of the product, right? That is one way to sell your data. If you really want to sell your data, you can sign up online for being a product tester. Any company really like to work with you on that. So just to put that there.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the presentations. I want to ask a question, like it's directed to Mr. Kotsene. You said I can actually have a recording. You know, sometimes I have some classes that I attend online, and I might want to do a recap, but I still have other classes that I need to attend to. So you said there's a software that I can just take the recording, so and just give me an highlight of what is it. So which software is it? So I can.
So there are a bunch of softwares. I use Otter AI, OTTER.ai, right? And just go on Google, type video to text AI, anything, you get it there. What it does is help you optimize or long hours of reading and just narrow it down to okay, these are the things you need to bring out of this. So, yeah.
More questions? Yes. Okay.
Like he rightly said, I don't believe you own a data. And like we also said, ethics. Because the data you are saying you have, there are some people's privacy or people's information that you just gather from different sources. Well, it all depends. But I believe in terms of finance, okay, maybe your own company's finance, or maybe your operation, or your customers. So you don't own it like that. And then you cannot just say you want to sell it that way. You can keep it for research, and that's why you need to have some consent from your user. And that's why the issue of cookies also come to play, because like those people capture those information without you knowing. And then you have accepted that they can share it. Unknowingly, you have accepted. So those people can share. So it depends on how you generate your data. That you can say, this belongs to me, I generate it. And before giving us such data, there are some other ethics that you also need to put in place, consideration. So at the end of the day, it might become yours, but you need to do your findings very well. Don't assume that you own those data like that. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's why all the AI generative models, they don't buy data. They go for big data online. Because once it's online, it is open. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. My questions are just toward responsible AI. One thing we have learned today is that AI is is being trained by the data that we provide to it. So how do we make sure that the AI, or are there any policy that is available to companies building AI products, making sure that those AI products are not biased and not discriminative? Because I've used products that are biased, let me just put it that way. And if products are biased, I believe that is in data that they use to train those products. So is there any way you try to remove bias or discriminative data points from the data you use to train an AI model? That is one. Then another thing, I want to direct this question to Microsoft. I hope it's still here. I remember when OpenAI started, it started as being open. GPT-1, GPT-2, they are all open source. That you can access, the models are free. In fact, the equations, the mathematics, everything is free. But now, moving on to GPT-3, 3.5, we don't even know where they get the data to train it. He just told us that it was trained with probably billions of web pages without even getting their consent. We don't even know how you got those tests you used to train ChatGPT. We don't know the workaround about it. We just use it. And I think for individuals, we should be asking questions that what we are using, is it responsible? How is it being trained? Is there bias in it? Is it discriminative? How do we ensure that what we are using, the AI we are using is responsible?
Thank you. Okay, so your first question to just nod if I get it right. how do we remove bias from AI system, right? So there's something called product localization, right? When I used to work at Samsung, anytime there is a new product, say a phone or whatever, from the headquarters, when it lands to Nigeria, we need to rework on a couple of things, especially design-wise, right? We need to localize it to our quote-unquote Nigerian English. We need to use black people image to advertise the products, all those things, right? To what? To speak the language of the audience so that they can buy the product. Okay, let's use ChatGPT for example. ChatGPT is not built on Nigerian data or just Nigerian data. Go on ChatGPT and ask what is Agbalumo. You might get a might get a response, but not a Nigerian response. What am I saying? Training of these language models helps a lot. How do you train language models? Localizing those data, meaning that I believe that in this school we have a knowledge center, meaning that, say, projects hundreds of people have done. That is a training data. Imagine we have our own AI models in this, which I was even saying I'm going to propose, by the way. Gather some research data that we have that is organic to this organization, train AI model with it, and outsource it to other universities. So how do you remove bias? Policy, right? We work with people in government the same way we have constitution. Every technology should have constitution. Used to hear issue about EU and Apple. The EU, they have their own regulation. If you like, be the biggest tech giant in the world. They have what they allow and what they don't allow. If you go to some particular countries, WhatsApp doesn't work until you use VPN. Why? Because there is a body, or there are bodies in place that this has to be done, and it has to be done. And that is why it comes to the issue of accountability in Nigeria, even in the school system. What you are told to do, are you doing them? Because it's data we feed this AI with, it's data we feed this technology with, that we get, as she said earlier, garbage in, garbage out. So we need to be responsible as humans on ensuring that this must not be done. And it translates into all of our expressions. I don't know if that makes sense. Thank you.
Just to summarize so that you can also get it better from what he just saying. We talk about data. Okay, let me just give this instance because AI too is more or less like the data you feed it, acting as if they are human beings, but they are not actually human beings, giving decision based on the data. Whatever I'm saying today now is based on the knowledge I have before. I might be correct, I might be right, but it's based on the information in my head that I have fed myself with. So the issue of bias now, there's nothing you can do. The only thing you can do is to ensure that you are giving the AI or the model you are building, you are giving it a balanced data. Because like it was said, someone that has not gone to another farm before can always say it's my dad's farm that is the biggest because that's the only information he has in his head. And other farm he's seen around his area, he felt it's my father's farm that is the biggest because he has not gotten to another place. So you would say that person is biased. But it might not be biased, it's just based on the knowledge he has. So the best way you can do so that the information you are getting from your model is not biased is to ensure that you feed the model with balanced data so that it can, you get what I'm trying to say. Maybe you want to make, like he says something now about Covenant University. A data used in Covenant University to bring about some decision. If you go to use it in another university, it might not rhyme well with their own decision because it's centered around Covenant. So the only thing you can do is always ensure that you work with a balanced data. Thank you.
Okay. Should we? Okay. Microsoft. Okay. The chair, sir.
Thank you. I know that the next section is somehow related to this also. But there is we just need to be very much aware of the fact that what we are talking about here is a global world, okay? For instance, we are all, majority of us here, maybe we are Christians and so on and so forth. So if you go, one day you go out to ChatGPT and type, who are Christians? And it will give you insight from maybe the Middle East. I said, these are deranged people that worship one kind of God. You know, that kind of a thing. This is because there's a whole lot of information people probably have written in that direction. And this is where you have the distinction between OpenAI, for instance, and maybe Azure OpenAI or Microsoft AI. Because the OpenAI is open, feeds information from the entire globe, and provides you answer. I lost my father-in-law. Sorry, this is very personal. And I said, we are writing tributes. And I said, let me see what ChatGPT will tell me. So I now said, my father-in-law is this age. My father-in-law is this number of age. He likes this kind of music, does this kind of thing, talks about the war, talks about that. Give me a tribute of, let's say, 250 words about him. Come and see story. What happened in New York? What happened in Canada in a music concert? In that, and I'm telling you. So I said, oh, so this is how this thing works. So OpenAI is open. You can have feeds from different areas. And this also talks about maybe the area when you're talking about bias. How comprehensive and how inclusive and how divisionary can the content be? And I think this is really also very, very important. So that when you're in OpenAI, you know it's OpenAI and it's that open. But when you are talking about the particular domain, for instance, earlier we were talking about security and issues about security, and I think to the corporate organization it's a very major issue. Because by the time you're trying to block one hole, another hole is opening from the others, because the same tools available to you is also available to the hackers and so on and so forth. How are you now able to protect a domain, let's say, Covenant University's, your whole infrastructure from a security point of view? So you need to be ahead of it, pre-train the environment. You use that word. I say you have to train the model. Train it about the Covenant University environment, and it's able to give you top-notch security concerning that environment that's limited to your environment. And this is where those organizations who have their own AI solutions, they are limited to the domain of that environment. So that way it's limited to information being fed from outside. In fact, there's no information being fed from outside. It's what you feed it. It analyzes it and gives you answer that will be very helpful to your organization, very helpful to you as an individual, because this is limited to you. That way, bias is somehow removed. A whole lot of things is eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we applaud him also? At this point, we have gotten to the end of the session, but we'll also take a group photograph.
Yes. Thank you very much. Okay. We'll take a group photograph. Also, I would like to invite the center leader to please come up stage. Center leader, sir, please join them. Thank you very much. Please, while we are still here, Dr. Kennedy Okupoje, for being a wonderful moderator. Thank you. Engineer Boladele Akonle, Director CSIS, thank you for being a value-adding panelist. And Professor Lufunke Oladipupo, thank you very much, ma, for being a value-added panelist. And Mr. Francis Odeyemi, thank you very much. Well, I want to bring up stage Mr. Chuks Opaka Please, sir. I'm still bringing you upstage for your presentation, but we appreciate your coming and being a value-adding panelist to our session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I was told there are two people you don't argue with, the referee and the priest. Whatever they say is final. So I think as the master of events, I will draw strength from their roles as well. I want to tweak our program a bit. Immediately after one of our sponsor partners' presentation, we shall be taking 5-minute pitch from our startup personnel. Thereafter, we'll go for lunch and we shut down for the day. Instead of us going for lunch and coming back, I think that should be fine with us. Beautiful. So, without much ado, hands together as I invite back on stage Mr. Chooks for his presentation. Please, let's appreciate him.
Once more, good afternoon. This time around, we'll take the conversation a little more. Because when I was talking about earlier, most of the discussions also in that direction, most of the discussants talked about that. There's need for us to keep training because a whole lot of things are actually coming up, new technologies virtually every week, every month, every quarter. I think when I was talking with Lasisi, he told me he listened to last week Microsoft Ignite. And in that Ignite, it's like a global event. A lot of announcements were made. And thinking about this Innovation Week, I just said to myself, there's no better time to probably share some insight on some things that I think will be very helpful to the entire team, especially those who are looking into research, who are looking into really solving challenges, societal challenges, societal issues that we have as a country, as a continent. Because these are areas I think the AI and the code name for it now, not just the code name, but the name we'll call it co-pilot, okay, where it becomes very important. So once more, my name is Chooks. I am one of the go-to-market lead for Microsoft in Africa for Azure. Azure, the CI, Mr. Bola, Engineer Bola, what title they call your office again? CI something? CSI. So earlier they said he was talking about the hyperscalers. That's the cloud providers. He mentioned AWS, mentioned Google, and then also talked about Azure. So anyhow we pronounce it, but this is the #1 hyperscaler in the industry, in the world, and the most trusted hyperscaler. I tell people that Microsoft is the biggest IT company. We did not stumble into IT. We did not stumble into the solutions that we are delivering. So unlike the other two, we are not just a search engine that now stumbled into hyperscaler business. And we are not a retailer that stumbled into Thank you so much. We are the true, genuine company. Okay? And I will tell you why. Please, next slide. Our simple mission, this is this president, the CEO of Microsoft, is about empowering every single individual, every organization on the planet to achieve more. Okay? I think it is you who said Microsoft will enable earlier when you were talking. It's about enabling people. So talking about those who develop solutions in the biotech industry, in the nanotech area, in agri-tech area, every area you think about, how do we enable you? And this is the unique position that Microsoft holds today, that key enabler. And we know that if you buy hundreds and hundreds of infrastructure in your data center and you think you're going to start innovating your data center, you will be limited in the level of access and level of solutions that you can make available in that your environment. This is why innovation and creativity actually starts when you move to the cloud. And that number one cloud provider, or that number one cloud environment where that innovation starts today is Azure. Next slide. Here, this is the Microsoft gamut of, it is like Microsoft today, okay? And how we look at it. Copilot, I'm going to come to that. But there are those who use Microsoft tools, the office productivity tools and the communication tools, whether it's Teams, whether it's PowerPoint, Excel, Word, and so on and so forth. One thing, one word I think you need to go home with today is Copilot. Like when someone is flying an aircraft, the pilot, there's always a second person beside the main pilot, and they say he is the co-pilot, okay? His job is to help the pilot. Are you with me? His job is to help the pilot. So today, if you're using Excel or M365, PowerPoint, Excel, Word, there's a co-pilot that you can tell what you want to do in your Excel environment, what you want to do in your Word environment. And your co-pilot, which is the AI we are talking about, that is already infused into it, will help you to achieve more. So back to that mission, empowering every individual and every organization to achieve more. There was a question that was asked earlier. How do I start? Okay, I have a story of a 44-year-old lady who, after giving birth and the children have gone to school and so on and so forth, decided to say, oh, let me even start looking at IT. At 44, she ventured into security. By the time she was celebrating her 50th birthday, she was one of the topmost security experts in the US at 44. So if you're here asking us, how do you start? Today is the starting point. Okay? So I talked about the Office 365 Dynamics, the Power Platform. Every one of them are now being powered by Copilot. Copilot, I'm going to go into that. But underlying that Copilot is Azure OpenAI Service, not the OpenAI, which is different. Okay, I tried to talk about that briefly earlier, that there is the one that's open, but there's also the one that can be pre-trained concerning the particular environment and domain, and to give you insight and guidance on how to improve the particular domain you're working in. So all of this is powered by the Azure, which is the cloud infrastructure that I manage for Microsoft in Africa. So that is the Azure. And then the identity security. Do you know today? You may not know. In terms of revenue, that Microsoft is the biggest security company in the world. You may have heard about Checkpoint and every other one that is out there providing security solution. All of them put together, there's none that is as big as Microsoft when it comes to security. From Sentinel, Defender for Cloud, DDoS, and so on and so forth, Microsoft is the sixth biggest security company. Next slide, sir. So, trust. Have had a whole lot of discussions about security and so on and so forth, privacy. How am I going to be sure? The number one trusted cloud provider today is Microsoft, and that is in Azure. Okay? This is it. From business applications, security, infrastructure, digital innovation, modern works, and every data and AI. Okay? We provide the cloud environment where people can securely do their business the way they want it. Next one. I want to run it. I know that we are all together. We've been here for a long time. This is the age of AI. It means that every single application needs to be infused with intelligence. Okay? And this intelligence comes by the amount of data you give to the application. And then AI will use that data to do some modeling to make the application intelligent. That's how it works. And I'm going to show you a little video so that you see that there is a solution from Microsoft Fabric. This is the platform where whatever thing you want to do in data, connecting to applications, connecting to databases, and adding databases, all the solutions that enables you to maximize what you do with data are all under the Microsoft Fabric. The next slide, and let's play the video. I hope it will go. To increase the volume.
Microsoft Fabric is redesigning how we work with data by bringing all your data and analytics tools into a single experience. With Fabric's Data Lake, One Lake, your teams can connect to data.
It's just 1 minute video. It's not like a lot of... Okay, so that video was actually about the Microsoft Fabric. So it's okay if I can talk about it. So those who want to do analytics, those who want to do data modeling, those who want to do things like... Have you heard about Power BI? Power BI. Do you know that there are those who are certified in Power BI? And I actually, depending on the area of study that you are into, before you graduate, get one of these certifications. You become hotter before you get out. So Power BI, all of them fall under the Fabric, okay? But fundamentally, it's about data and AI. How you connect to
tools into a single experience. With Fabric's Data Lake, One Lake, your teams can connect to data from anywhere and all work from the same copy across engines. Your data professionals have all the tools they need, all in one SaaS experience to reduce the cost and effort of integration. Features like Direct Lake Mode in Power BI, which provides a blazing fast, real-time connection to your data, can save you time and cost while providing up-to-date insights. This intelligence can then securely flow to the Microsoft 365 applications people use every day to improve decision-making and drive impact. All backed by Fabric's tight integration with Microsoft Purview to govern and protect your data, no matter where it's used. AI-powered features like Copilot help everyone be more productive, whether it's creating data flows and pipelines, writing SQL statements, or building reports. And as we enter a future built on AI, you can unify, prepare, and model your data to support truly game-changing AI projects. All your data, all your teams, all in one place. This is Microsoft Fabric.
So, anything you want to do with data, okay, which is the fundamental fuel for AI, Microsoft Fabric is the environment. Next slide, please. Okay, so gradually I want to go into the co-pilot conversation. Can you go to the next slide? So I've talked about being the era of AI, but this is really, or the age of AI, but I think it's actually taking us gradually, the innovation actually at the point where it is really where the co-pilot is actually what is helping us to drive those innovations. So we say, of course, the era of AI, but the age we are now is where we need this co-pilot called AI, okay? So we are working. You will also see a little video I'm going to show you at the last, when we finish, on how someone, in Africa, that kind of a person is like a write-off. It's like we just say this one is useless. But this is someone with Down syndrome, but he's like a developer, and with a co-pilot, he's writing code for customers, and from his house in Middle East, in Europe, he's making money. But someone with Down syndrome, because there's a co-pilot working with him, he can ask questions and can do his job. And I think what I'm actually talking about today is that enablement. that empowerment that we all require, okay, to take the next step. Whatever thing you want to learn, any area you want to specialize, Microsoft has actually made it so easy for you to get going. Next slide. Thank you so much. The video is also like 1 minute or less. So we have infused to help you drive business, to help you become more productive, to give you that lift you need, that push you need in virtually any area. This is like a report saying how Copilot help people to become more productive. So you can see even those who want to, in terms of quality and creativity, there is major dramatic improvement in people's creativity, people's ability to do work a lot more faster. I talked about briefly the guys in Kenya. There are thousands and thousands of examples, use cases. Pfizer, for instance, is able to use AI and to develop drugs a lot more faster. Okay, they're able to understand the right concentrate for the very disease they wanted to get drugs for. And, normally what would have taken several years took less than 12 months for them to finish all that because they are using AI in isolating those drug concentrates. So in different areas, Copilot is helping individuals to become more productive. Next slide. I'm just running because, have you heard about those? How many people do software development in the house? Those who do development. You. Who else again? Yes, sir. So have you heard about GitHub? Have you heard about GitHub? Awesome. Now, there is also a Copilot that is available for those who use GitHub. So meaning that you have AI machine available to you to support you, write one code, they ask you, what do you want to do? And then the next codes are generated for you. Okay? That is how beautiful this is. Do you know that up to 56% of repository codes that you can normally pull to do things, 46%, most of them are now generated by AI. You know, in GitHub, you have codes that you can adopt so that you can quickly write your own code, or write your own application. Most of those codes are now being generated. And 55% say that with this Copilot, in terms of they are 55% more productive. And certified developers feel more focused on, this satisfying work the Copilot is helping them do. Next slide. This is in Europe that has Down syndrome. Listen to this video. Empowerment.
My name is Anton and I'm from Ukraine. As a freelance developer living with cerebral palsy, tasks like typing and speaking can be difficult, which limits my ability to communicate effectively. I realized early on that I was different from others and encountered discrimination and inequality at a young age. I always inform my clients about my disability. Moreover, I present it as an advantage because it provides me with extensive experience in solving complex and unconventional problems. When I first heard about GitHub Copilot, I was doubtful that it could handle such a complex task as coding, but I was surprised at how helpful and relevant the suggestions it gave me were. Because of my disability, it's easier to type fewer characters. I can now not only write the code itself, but also detailed comments, documentation, and project descriptions. Previously, I physically couldn't afford to do this. I firmly believe that AI has enormous potential to make a positive impact on the lives of people with disabilities. It has truly assisted me to optimize my workflow. I aim to harness the power of AI for the betterment of our lives.
I added this video because there was discussion about the AI and the entire...
Name is...
No, thank you. There was the discussion about responsible AI and how will we make it more inclusive, okay? Because those are the part of, if you're developing something, be sure that it's available to everybody, okay? And I think that video speaks directly to that inclusiveness of Microsoft product and technologies today. And this is the level of empowerment we are bringing, okay, so that people everywhere, no matter their race, no matter their tribe, no matter their nature, they are able to actually communicate and do what they want to do. So this is also talking about Copilot, how people save time, enormous amount of time in their work. I think there is, maybe we just talk about the last slide, or which one is, next one. Next one. Okay, so it's about amplifying human ingenuity with a Copilot for everyone. All opportunities in your existing service line, whatever thing it is, okay? M365, there's Copilot. For security solution, I talked about that because you can only secure your environment effectively given today's level of pervasive technology if you have a Copilot for your security. Generative AI-powered chatbots. Customers are using this to do different things in the environment, okay? The chatbot, the GPT we talked about, is not just for in the academic world, but customers are genuinely using it to solve business problems and relate with their customers. Next and last slide. So this is the last slide. I think this is about the involvement of Copilot at the front line in industries, in factories. Go ahead and play the video. Can't hear you.
Information gathering, instructions guiding, schematics aligning. This is work.
What's up, Mike?
Give eyes and ears to AI, so the world becomes your prompt and your interface. This is work, working. These are thoughts happening.
Hey, Copilot.
Plans populating.
Copilot, when was this last replaced?
Information gathering, instructions guiding, schematics aligning. Problem solving.
Copilot?
Hey, Copilot. Copilot.
This is confidence growing, eyes widening. These are questions.
I just finished. Copilot, what's next?
Rotate the engine block 90 degrees.
Questions the way you ask them.
Please get me the detailed view of the optical cable layout.
Never too many questions.
All right. Let's highlight the relay switches.
Go ahead.
It's in position. What's next?
Keep learning.
The hydraulic filter was changed 6 months ago.
Okay, can you pull up a service record?
Copilot, what's the tolerance of this locking ring? Here is a copy of the last service record. The tolerance is...
Remind me where this fits into the assembly.
Step 4, align the spindle. The locking ring is highlighted.
This is work getting smarter. This is work, working better. It's work, working. This is work making sense of the world around you.
Co-pilot, let Ruth know that I'm finished and close out the work order.
This is AI for the front line.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I think we just need to brace up for the world we have come into. And I'm calling on researchers in Capis A's, biotech, different areas, engineering divisions of the institutions. We need to partner in this area so that you can actually realize values a lot more timely. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chooks. Please, our hands together again for Mr. Chooks Opaka for that wonderful one. Wow. Hope we are getting stimulated. I hope we are getting stimulated further. Okay, when the chair organizing was bringing a welcome remark, she said there was an opportunity for somebody to win the Grand Cash Award that has been reserved for the innovation competition that we'll be having during the course of this program. We have some members of judges here seated. They will remain anonymous until the third day when we shall be calling out the winners. However, please, we will be taking 4 pitch this afternoon, 5 minutes each. 5 minutes each. Please join me as I welcome M2M. He will be the first innovator to make a speech this afternoon. Layo.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to stand on. Relax. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ladilawa Temilayo, and the name of my company or startup is called M2M, M2M Stores. All right? Tech, M2M is the name of the file. Right, so M2M started with the idea of helping people shop for their kitchen easier. So that's the basic. We want you to be able to get ingredients, to be able to know what you want to eat, all in a very short period of time, with few waste of resources. Okay? So this story began with my mom. In church, we used to have this NGO that we do at the end of the year. So what the NGO entails is, if I'm working too much, please tell me your camera. All right, so what the NGO entails is a lot of people donate money like Ajo. So we combine money together, and then we go buy a product. We go buy products in which we give to charity. So one problem we found was we had a lot of issues getting someone to actually go to the market and get this product. Okay, so it was a very, very big problem. And then we found out that it's not something that was so uncommon. It was really very common because if you think of it, when you decide you want to go to the market, most times it's not spontaneous. You have to plan ahead. You think, okay, when I get home from work today, I'll head to the market. Because it's not something easy to do. Sometimes you say you want to go to the market for 30 minutes. You find out that you're there, you spend 1 hour, you spend 2 hours. While you're looking for products, you're looking for ingredients. You've not seen the one that you like. You're seeing different things, so many different things that are not according to your taste. Okay? So now what we decided to do was, we decided to get those orders from people online and then streamline it to what they want exactly and get it for them and deliver it. So it was as straightforward, as simple as that. We do the working for you and you pay us for doing that working. That was it. Okay, but now what we are building now, we are trying to scale up. And now this is an existing business. We have traction, we have customers, we have people who have been paying us so far for this same product. Okay, so now what we are trying to do is, tech, please, I'm still waiting. So what we are trying to do is scale up the business into a platform. Now, what the platform will help us do is integrate. We've been hearing AI throughout today. So now, this is an application of how AI can work in helping you cook. Simple as that. All right, so now what we tried to do was we tried to get this AI to the platform, and based on your orders, now you select the ingredients, you select the things that you want, and then the AI can, from your selections, give you recipes. Okay, so you selected spag, you selected salt, you selected crayfish. So you want to cook jollof spag? Do you want to cook spag and white spag and stew? If you say yes, I want to cook white spag and stew, it shows you the recipe. This is how you cook it. These are the other ingredients you can take. These are the other ingredients you can add to your meal, and this is where you can get them. These are the prices. So all you have to do is just select what you want. And everything is personalized to the extent of, let's use crayfish as an example. Now, there are people that like crayfish grounded. There are people that don't like it grounded. So those that like it grounded, they can decide, I want grounded crayfish. You can say, I want grounded crayfish, and then it personalizes that. And you already note that you always like grounded crayfish. So next time he's suggesting something to you, what you see is grounded crayfish. All right? So, tech, please. My slide, I'm still waiting. M2M. All right, so moving ahead, what we then tried to implement also to further level was these products that we are delivering and getting to people have our own method of preservation, all natural. So we have, let's say, products like this. This is one of our products I've packaged. This is crayfish. This is catfish, smoked catfish. Now, this can last for about 4 months, just like this. Just like this too, you can take it, open it, and start using it to cook immediately. Just like this. And now, what makes this even better is that you do not need to go and step out of your house to get this. You just go to our platform, you order this online, and within a day or two, you get this shipped to you, as fresh as you can find anywhere on the market. All right? So those were the kind of things we thought about. We also thought about the kind of risks, the kind of mitigations, the things that could spoil this growth, this scalability. And the first thing that we found out was, the laws of this country. Now, for example, I'll use NAFDAC as an example. So let's say this is worth 5,500. If we wanted to sell this to a large group of people, bigger than the way we are doing it to, now what we need to do is we need to submit 6 different pieces of this to NAFDAC for testing. That's how much. For one product like this, that's just catfish. How many ingredients do you have in your kitchen? How many things do you want to sell? So these are some of the things, this was one of the problems that we are currently facing, and the semi-solution we've come up is to work with other brands. Okay? So the platform won't only be our products. We partner with brands that already have products at a certain level. Okay, so now you know that whatever you are getting, however products, whatever you want to order from us, it is fresh, it makes sense. What we are doing for you is we are making your job easier. We are simplifying the things you want to do. And that's the innovative idea that we had. And also, another thing that we were considering was in terms of marketing. So you might think that, okay, yes, something like this exists. How do you plan on getting people to it? Now, we already have a platform that we use. We already have traction. We already have customers. All we need to do is scale up. Scale up in the sense of using ads, running things like ads, partnering with famous influencers like Hilda Bassi, but getting them to use the platform and see, or let other people see them use our platform. Because this thing is something that we are building right now. It's something that is nowhere in Africa so far. The only copy you can find in the world is Samsung Food. Now, what Samsung Food did is they use deep learning. Now, that's a machine learning method using AI to basically allow AI to learn things better. That's the easiest way the simplest way I can put it. So it learns things better than the other methods or ways that AI has been learning things. So that's what deep learning is. So what they did is that they categorize food. Now they know the nutrients of rice, they know the nutrients of beans. By the way, beans is a carbohydrate, it's not a protein. All right, so it's not the ingredient, the particular ingredient, their nutrients, the calories, and all this comes in as a personalized order for you to be able to pick. All right, I think as the slides are not going on, I'll stop. It's going to make things a little bit. What? All right. All right, thank you. Okay, so unfortunately they couldn't find my PowerPoint. But anyway, I think the basis of what the innovation that we're trying to solve here is bringing this to you with personalized orders, exactly what you want, without you having to step from your room, without you having to stand up from your bed. You know you're going to get home very late. Before you get home, you can order this and this will meet you at home. It's as simple as that. So the market size for this in Africa that's the food e-commerce market size is about $1 trillion. Now we bring it down to Africa. The food, that's not e-commerce in general, food e-commerce. Now the food e-commerce in Africa is $834 billion. Now let's bring it down to Nigeria. The food e-commerce in Nigeria alone is $1.5 billion as of 2023. Now imagine we take just 10% of that pie. What kind of profit? Man, I can daydream. Anyway, I think that's what we have, and that's what I have to present. Thank you very much. Also, sorry, we're outside, in case you want to buy.
Thank you very much, Layo. Next, to come up stage and make his presentation is Akitayo Ore from Exsoft Grid. Hands together as we receive Akitayo. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akintayo Oluwa. Okay, and my innovative idea is soft grid, basically. So there's actually a 9th grid, but it's different, don't worry. So soft grid is basically an energy management platform, right? Built with blockchain technology. But before I go there, we've been talking about AI, and we didn't talk about blockchain technology. So blockchain technology actually has the potential and ability to make things right and change some particular sectors in our world today. So currently, the energy generation segment is rife with a lot of challenges. And one of those challenges is poor management, lack of modern transmission lines, infrastructure issues, inefficient grid designs, and looking at Nigeria, corruption. So the overview of the company is it basically is an energy management platform built on the blockchain technology. And what that does is it optimizes the distribution and usage of energy. But now I want to challenge it down to renewable energy because we are looking for ways to make the world a better place. So the problems that the soft grid would be able to solve is number one, the management, storage, and security issue. Now, I would give a very typical example, right? So I stay in Port Harcourt, and the estate, the area where I stay, there's something called meter, right? So a particular individual, right, he bypassed the meter to receive direct light. Now, the record was with the PHEDC, that's the electricity distribution company. And they came to look for him and all that. So after looking for him, he settled the officials that came to his house. And they went back to the office and they cleared the data. So that's putting the EDC at loss. So they are giving him free light. He's not paying for what he's using. And he has already settled some probably 2-3 individuals with maybe 20K each, 30K each. And he's putting them at loss. But using the blockchain technology, payments and data imputed on that technology or on this platform cannot be altered, cannot be changed. So whether you settle me as an individual working for the PHEDC, I can't change it for you. You will still have to pay them, and they will still have to make their money. And now, it also makes auditing very easy for them because their money will be saved, one. You can tell who is mismanaging the fund, where the fund is going to, and where it's not going to, because this is on the blockchain technology. So we also have energy trading, right? You would not love to pay for what you didn't use. It's as easy as that. So our platform gives you the opportunity to know exactly what you are using, the amount of energy. It gives you the opportunity to know the amount of energy you are using, right? And know how much exactly you are paying for it. And back at the office, they also have track record of what you are using and how much you are meant to pay for it. And we also have, it's going to help with the EV integration and smart grid implementation. Now, the objectives of SoftGrid. So our objectives is to create a platform that automates the production and exchange of renewable energy, certificates and credits based on actual energy use. It makes the use of P2P microgrid that uses smart grid contracts to maintain energy flow and guarantee payments. Do you get me, right? So you're going to definitely have light in your house. I can't promise you 24/7 lights because progress takes time. So let's say you have 14 hours light, right? You're paying for exactly 14 hours of what you use. The current meter that is being used has been tampered with, so I cannot assure you that you bought, they call it credits, right? So I cannot assure you that you bought credit of 5,000 naira and you are actually using credit of 5,000 naira. But through this software, through this platform, whatever you buy, you know you are using it. Whatever you are paying for, you know you are using it. So our services, we offer you the software, data security, that's data security, the amount of energy you use, I've said this before. Then we offer marketing of energy, right? And we offer data analysis. So our marketing strategy, we have the EDC pitch, something like what I'm doing now. We have the product. We have to make sure you trust us enough for you to continue using what we give you, right? And we have the price because you are getting exactly what you're paying for. And we have promotions, social media ads and all that. Our target market, basically our target market is private individuals, real estate, and the government. Now, if you notice, private individuals carry the color, the dark blue color. That's the one at the top. Okay, sorry. Please follow. Thank you. It carries the one at the top. And the private individuals is already a complete triangle. Already a complete triangle. Because private individuals will definitely make up the real estate. And from private individuals, we also make up the government. Right? So if private individuals adapt to this system, adapt to this software that is ongoing, I can assure you that private individuals who have real estate companies will also adapt to this. And by the time in a state of maybe we have a state and we have like 10 real estate stuff in the state, and let's say 7 out of the 10 have adapted to this, the government will look into it and adapt to it for mass distribution of energy and electricity. One thing about the triangle is this, it has 3 sides, and whatever happens to one changes the other, right? So once the private individual as a side adapts to this, we are rest assured that other sides will adapt to it, making Nigeria and the world a better place at large. Thank you very much.
For your presentation. Next, I'll be bringing up stage Daniel Jesu Shegun, renter. Our hands together for him. And please will be availing Layo 5 minutes to come back and make his presentation now that we have his slide ready. Layo, please be prepared.
renter. Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel Jeschago, and I'm one of the co-founders at Renter. Right. So over a year ago, we analyzed the African electronic industry, and we realized three things. The first thing we realized was that there's a massive electronic e-waste in Nigeria with about 463 kilotons of e-waste reported in Nigeria annually. And secondly, we also realized that there's an increased interest in the creative industry by African and Nigerian youths, majorly youths in the creative industry. And lastly, there's an increased $1 billion by 2030 in Nigeria. So what do? We decided to develop a circular economy solution, right, by creating a digital platform that enables peer-to-peer gadget lending for African creatives in Nigeria, giving purpose to dormant or unused gadgets, right? So Renter is a P2P marketplace that connects high-end gadget owners to people who would want to rent these gadgets in Nigeria for short-term and quick use. So we're basically creating a circular economy where you do not need to own gadgets, right, before getting into the creative industry, right? And the market is very huge, and we have two major target markets. The first are agencies, studios, or individuals who would like to rent out their gadgets. And the second are creative youths, creative young people, podcasters, creators, video editors that would also want to borrow these gadgets for short-term and quick use. And also, exactly, our business model is very simple, and it follows a very simple process. The first thing is the gadget owners list their gadget on our platform, and the creatives makes requests for these gadgets. Then after that, the creatives pay for this gadget with a service fee included, and then we get a percentage of that fee, and the gadget is returned upon completion. And over the past year, we've done our private beta launch, where we've had about, in a small segment of people experimenting with this product, where we test how the product works and understand the market and know, okay, what's the chicken and egg problem of how to get customers, consumers into this. And we've been able to realize a lot and also secure relevant partnerships in Renter. That's concerning the logistics part of it, which is very important, and also the insurance part of it, where we've also done partnerships with an insurance company and a logistics company that handles the entire process while we focus on our product. And then we've also had a number of traction over the past year, about three webinars. We've had over 500 viewers, and we currently have about 150 people in our waiting list that are currently waiting for the public launch, where we're able to, it's currently live, www.renter.xyz. So we are aiming for Renter to be a global marketplace, creating a circular economy for creatives globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel Shegun of Renter. Okay, let's bring Layo back on stage for his presentation while we expect Collins will get ready.
Thank you. You can say the devil is a liar, Abi. All right. M2M is the name of the file. Is the first word. So this is a bag of snails. Yeah, snail. So this is dehydrated. And this will last for at least 4 months before you can see anything. It's not easy. So this is 17,000. Ah. Right. Thank you very much. Okay, so M2M stores. Next slide, please. So I'll kind of breeze through since I've gotten to the root of the matter. I just want to show you guys my fine slides. All right, so M2M stores is an innovative online platform. It transforms the way you shop for kitchen ingredients, like I said. Now, how do we do this? Next slide, please. All right, so first we have a curated selection. So now what we have is a personalized set of ingredients that are tailored to what you want. Like I said, grounded crayfish, not grounded crayfish. So if you want grounded crayfish, that is what will be showing up on your timeline. Okay. Next, ingredients recommendations. So now our AI would assist you with recipes. So you know you want banga soup, but you don't know how to cook it. So in those days when there was nothing like online, you put sugar inside, and if it work for you, it work for you. But now there's AI, there's internet. It will give you what you want. You get your banga soup like you're a pro. Although there'll be slight changes, but then you guys get what I mean. All right, next one. Let's order in. So now you have what you want, exactly what you need. And then you order once, it gets delivered to you. No hassle, nothing. Sometimes, you go to supermarket and you see some products on the shelves. And you think, this is a very fresh product. Why? Because it's in the supermarket. Supermarket accepted it. I'm sorry if I'm talking too fast. Right. Okay, so you sit in the supermarket and you think the supermarket accepted this. That means it's a very good product and it's really fresh. You see that number there. Meanwhile, these supermarkets, sometimes they will run their logistics behind the scene. And it will take time. Sometimes you see a week or two, some products will be lying in the bag before it gets put on the shelf. And then you come and pick it up and then you think, what I'm taking is actually fresh. But meanwhile, it's not. What M2M will offer you is fresh, straight from the udder of the cow. You want cow milk, you get it straight, fresh. That's what we'll get for you. So something like this, like I said, instantaneous cooking. You can open this and put it inside your pot, straight. There's no need for you to start washing. There's no need for you to start looking for dirt that cannot be found. If you want to check this for dirt, you can come and check. All right. Next slide, please. This is our market size, like I explained. We have the world food e-commerce size is $1 trillion. The Africa's market size is $8 billion, and Nigeria is 1.7, 1.5 to 1.7. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So first, our business model is direct to consumer. All right, so we are not a B2B model or business, P2P, like the last person that said, or was it? Either way, we are a business to consumer, and then we provide services straight to our consumers without having to tamper with the quality and the prices of these things. Next. We have a subscription model. This business model is basically telling you how we make money from this as a company. Okay, so the subscription model is you subscribing for additional perks. So things like you want to refer somebody now. For each referral, you can get maybe a bag of snails. But then before you can get that referral gift, you have to have paid like $20 per month. Yeah, because the kind of services we offer for you will be a lot more advanced than that of someone that is not paid. So that's why it's called a subscription model. I don't want to get into details because of time. Next. The third point, please. Partnerships and collaborations. Like I said, we partner with brands. This is going to push the business, push popularity, let people know what we are doing, who we are, how we do our things, how we run our things, and where they can find the fastest, the cheapest, and the most fresh or freshest product you can find in Nigeria anywhere. Next. All right, and market strategy. First off, engaging content. Now, if you go to our platform, m2m.stores, on any platform, but for reference purposes, go to Instagram. If you go to Instagram now, you see every single thing you do. You see reviews. Our comments are not off. You see comments on every of our posts. You see evidence of things that we have done based on engaging content. We don't only just post prices of food. We post how you can make these foods. We also push other chefs. So these are the things that will bring traffic from around down into our app. Social media presence, and that is, like I said, also engaging content. We are on social media people know us that this is M2M stores. So there should be a level of legitness, if I can use that word like that. Partnerships, we've said, partnering with people like big influencers or chefs. And then the loyalty program, exclusive perks, discounts. You get a discount after you've been an app for a long time. You get a discount on Disney. Now Disney is 17,000 naira. But now you get a discount of maybe 0.2%. You guys get. That was a joke. Next slide, please. Benefits for customers and cooks. Now this is for you that are going to be using our slides. Sorry, you that are going to be using our product. With inspiration. Now, you might not have wanted to cook jollof rice before, but then you now see a new and unique way of cooking jollof rice. Why? The AI showed you. And then you cook it, and everybody's calling you a master chef. We are behind your back. We know what you did. Okay? Efficiency. Now, you save time and effort by going to the market. Before you go to the market, you already know what you want to buy, even if you want to go to the market and not use our app. You can just use our app to check these are the things you need to buy before you go to the market. And this is, I'm referring to those men that don't usually know what they want before they enter the market. You know, I know myself. Quality assurance. Now, peace of mind, knowing that whatever it is you're buying from us is at the top standard. It's as simple as that. Support for cooks. Now, we have a community of engaging cooks, of chefs, of people that also do same business like us. If the community is here and now, if you do something like that, you can reach out to me, and then I'll add this to the community. So you join a community like that, you grow, you get more insights, you get more views, you learn more. It's one of the things we offer. Next. These are the risks that I spoke about before. Supply chain disruptions. Now, we don't plan on having our own delivery service, our own shipping. No, we plan on giving that to a third party. Now, there are third-party sites that work around. Sites like Ship, they work with people like Flutterwave. So we can just list it out to them, and then they give us whatever it is we want. The technological challenges are things that work and we grow over time. We work on the AI, we build the AI, we make it better in responding, recognizing the personalized tastes of users, so that it will make things more better. It will reach a stage in which you can take a picture from anywhere. I'm sure you guys have seen that AI. There's an AI that you search maybe egusi online, and then you paste the picture inside the AI, and it gives you what they used to make it. It gives you the nutritional content, the calories, and everything. We get to that level. We just don't want to be fighting with people saying we use their product and that. Laws and legalities, like I said, fight with people that we use their product and that. Also, the NAFDAC that we're talking about, we are dealing with a country that has a lot of loopholes, but also a lot of blocks that you need to pass through as a company. So one of them is, like I said, 17,000 in 6 places, just for us to be able to put this in the supermarket. Next slide. Now, this is how the AI will be powered. Like I said, the AI recommendation engine will be on Python, deep learning, machine learning model, responsive web development, cloud infrastructure, payments processing, mobile app development. Next slide, please. Now, this is how you'll be without M2M store. The waste of time. Like I said, those men that don't know what they want to buy before they go to market. I'm not looking at anybody. But you go to market and you spend 2 hours. Meanwhile, if you had your list, you will get what you want within 15 minutes. On certain product quality, sometimes even when you go to market, you're looking at that meat. Is this meat fresh? Are these guys whining me? What did they do with that meat? It does not look good. Less efficiency in shopping. Sometimes you walk from here to here. Meanwhile, what you need is here, but you didn't find it. Why is the marketplace is covered? They are not showing their shop very well. These are the nuances that you face if you don't use us. Now, using us, next please. If you use us, access to a large range of products, there's a whole lot of things you have access to. Quality assurance, whatever it is you're buying, is top quality. Exclusive promotions and discounts that you will not find anywhere else on the market, because why? We do this ourselves. These things you're buying are done by us in the back. Recipe generation, reliable delivery, personalized recommendation. Next slide, please. Now, the competitive landscape. There is online grocery stores, there's meal kit delivery services, there's recipe apps. These are the different categories of things that are currently in the market. And all this will be covered under one app if you come under us and trust us. Next slide, please.
Please, can we put our hands together again for him? And finally, shall be inviting Collins Chukuma from Hebron Motorsports.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, my name is Collins Chukuma, and I'm a 300 level student of mechanical engineering here in Covenant University.
My name is Victor Ezekiel, and I'm a mechanical engineer.
TC, please. Okay, so today what we're bringing to us is Hebron Motorsports. So Hebron Motorsports is a team of students, a team of young engineers, students cutting across all disciplines who were tasked with building a Formula-style race car from scratch. Now, since its inception in 2014, Hebron Motorsports has been changing the narrative in every single means possible. Okay, so what we do, we're like I said, we're tasked with building a Formula-style race car from scratch. And now, why we do what we do? The first reason is, I don't know how many of us here watch Formula One, but Formula One is the most challenging sport, most physically demanding sport on the universe. After the Olympics and the World Cup, Formula One comes next to the most watched. So there are no Formula One races here in Nigeria. None at all. None in Africa at all. So this is an untapped market. This is an untapped market. So speaking about Formula One, this is a step in that direction for Nigeria as a whole and Africa as a whole. Then automotive research. Covenant University is known for its research. One of the reasons we're so high up the rankings is how intentional we are about our research. And then this is opening the door for us when it comes to automotive research. And then lastly but not least, we're doing this for the young engineers in the classrooms. Those who are learning theory upon theory, passing exam with la cram, la pour, la forget. This is to bring the practical to their doorstep.
Okay, so our current progress. So far, we've gone so far with building a Formula-style race car. You can see our engine behind there. You can see our chassis, like proper Formula standard chassis. Our tires too, wet, dry, and slip. The wet, dry, and the medium. They're all there. We've also worked hard to design several PCBs, electronic parts, the fabrication of our exhaust, and more. So what have we done through this progress? We've been able to identify like core technical talents and also groom technical talents of our own. We've been able to
Next slide, it's a video, no previous. Yeah, please.
Okay, so we've been able to groom technical talents, and also we've been able to identify a market for product testing in the automotive industry. For example, brake systems, suspension systems, your engine. We can do that for you. At the same time, okay, you can see us at work there. Come quite far. Okay. These are our tires, the welding. Thank you.
And this is where we are today.
So this is where we are today. Okay, so what we are looking at moving forward, right? Into the future, we've been able to identify how we can organically create a business around our products, right? We attend events where we showcase our vehicle. So we educate teenagers, we educate youths on core engineering, core technical expertise, right? how to build, design, test, and more at the highest level. At the same time, we have driver simulation training, core engineering training. We provide your businesses with international exposure through the sponsorships you offer us. And we are also grooming talents for you to hire, right? You have Covenant University students and great engineers for you to hire and work in your industry.
Next slide, please.
So what's our marketing plan really? Like I said, the events we attend are international. They occur in Nigeria and West Africa. We're enthusiasts, people from all racing backgrounds, people that race motorcycles, race in motorcycle events, people that race in rally, come to these events. We are leveraging on this and our alumni committee to gather, to build this company around, to build our community. At the same time, we partner with Coscharis, people like Coscharis, SolidWorks, ANSYS, strong companies in the engineering industry, in design, in fabrication, in manufacturing, in support, in sales and services to form our organization. Next slide, please. Okay. So what differentiates us from your average roadside mechanic? Well, first of all, we provide with an untapped market, we satisfy an untapped market of racing enthusiasts, of racers in Nigeria and in West Africa. Okay? At the same time, we are engaging in making teenagers and other youths, especially ladies, understand how to build and how to participate in core engineering processes. So far, the risks we have are in exporting our vehicles. We have some competition there, and also in the cost of parts we have available in Nigeria.
Next slide, please. So these are socials, and one thing I want to say is that how much further than an untapped market in an entire continent does innovation go? We're talking about automobile engineering in Nigeria. We're talking about automobile engineering in Africa, talk less of the research that can be done. Now, every single individual that graduates with a B Engine degree from Covenant University, from Unilag, from UI, they don't have anywhere to practice. There is no single assembly plant in Nigeria. There is no single automobile assembly plant, talk less of the aeronautics.